Okay, there we go. Wait for my computer to catch up real quick. Kind of funny. Good afternoon. What? That's not right. Streamlabs, are you sure you got that right? Did my, technical difficulties as usual. This is wrong on this side. I'm getting 3 different stream titles. What is even going on? Okay, fair enough. Well, I'll fix it in her now. I thought I already set this, but apparently not. Things broke. Gosh dang it. Just a touch annoyed at that, but you know. Hoping everybody's having a good Sunday. Afternoon really just started. Well, just started. Nah, 2 p.m. is a little more than just started, but. But yeah, I've had a pretty good week. Helped a friend with some computer stuff. Managed to complete Golvelius on Tuesday, I think it was, yeah. Then on Thursday, played a little bit of Metroid Prime, but kinda wasn't feeling it, I guess? I don't know, that stream didn't go as well as it should have. I ended up spending like 40 minutes muted. Didn't even know that there was a problem. This is why you sound check. But it was a little bit busy, so I wasn't able to stream as planned, but here we are. It's a scheduled Sunday stream, and yeah, I believe I'm going to have enough time to finish Final Fantasy Mystic Quest today. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm just taking care of a couple last moment things, and then we'll get started since the timer will be hitting 0 shortly. Anybody been up to anything interesting? Or really just how has everybody's week been? Hey, guess what? The game isn't spoiling anything anymore. We've gotten past this part. That's always a good thing. I just think it's funny that this game demo mode spoils quite a bit. Okay, there we go. But this time I ran over the timer. Okay. Timer had said soon for a little bit. I've done everything that I need to do. Time to get started and finish this up. Last time we played, ended up finishing the wind tower, which I found out from a friend I might be a touch over leveled. Which also means that the 31 that I remember is the sort of minimum level to be able to beat the game. So we we're told we need the Thunderstone from Fireberg in order to activate the Rainbow Bridge to shoot. Oh yeah, to Spencer's place so that we can get to Mac's ship. And from there, we're going to go to the final area. When we were wrapping up, I had a nice visually impaired moment where I did not realize the character we need to talk to is laying in that bed. Talk to this guy. Arian, you ever heard of Thunder Rock? Of course. Wait a second. Here, take it. Did you have that in the bed with you? Why were you sleeping with the Thunder Rock? Sleeping with a rock. Okay. So yeah, now that we have that, it is time to move on. Wait, wasn't there a shortcut? I think in one of these houses there's a warp that gets me fairly close to where I need to be. This is Windy, or no, Watera. Sorry. I'm trying to remember. This gets me any closer. Aquaria. Get the name right. Oh yeah, that's to Spencer's place. I don't remember the actual shortcut, so I guess we're just going through the focus tower. I could have sworn I remember there being a shortcut, though. Oh, well, it's not that long. Go through this little cave. Off we go. No, this is the wrong place. I have gone the wrong direction. Though I still like that that preview of the final area. Also worth noting, I've done a little bit of sound balancing to make the game a little bit quieter so that I'm a touch easier to hear, because I don't know, in some of the VODs that I've sent over to my YouTube channel, only now did I realize that I think the volume is off, though the microphone could also definitely stand to use an upgrade, but that'll be a little bit ways down the line. Here we go. Found some Thunder Rock, huh? Goes up, just hear a bang sound. Power up complete. Now you can go to Spencer's place. So off we go. Oh yeah. Let's blow that area up with a mega grenade. Okay, I was going to do that, but you can do it too. That works. We did it. Let's tell Kaylee. So, back in here we go. I believe nope, she's right over there. Work, the ship is afloat. Go ahead to the boat. It's full of monsters. Oh, so I have another dungeon to go through. Huh. Wait, how did you know that the ship was full of monsters? You haven't even been there. Wait, how do I get to it? I have not explored this entire overworld. Oh, that's... So I need to find a rest? Well, that's the full inventory. Yeah, I'm missing the Mobius crust still. I get the feeling I need to explore Spencer's place a little bit here. At least I wouldn't be surprised if I needed to explore it to find it. So yeah, there's a Mobius crest tile. Which I cannot use. Oh, okay. I see what I'm missing. That takes me to that. And I can't go up that way. Blow up the wall. Make that warp. Which I can't use. Do I need to throw the bomb up there? No. I think I have skipped a step. Oh, I see. I see. Problem solved. So it still looks like I might need the Mobius crest, and I don't have that yet. So maybe that's where, or this is where I'll get it. Oh, yeah. There it is. So I recall there being a Mobius crest over here in Windhole Temple. Wait, no, this was just an item. Yeah, heal potions. Okay. Was it the basement of a house? Thanks to you, the lake is as beautiful as ever. Well, that's good. More heal potions. Walk to... Nope, nobody here. Oh, hey, there is indeed the lake in the background. Nice. Oh, that takes me back here to Fireberg. Go exploring the town. Grab the items in there. Oh, the ship dock. Found it. Is there anything to be found here? No. So this is another dungeon, huh? Interesting. Well, let's start out on the first staircase here. Fight us a few Naga. Okay, for being strong against status ailments. Okay, good. You did not hit me with the Morning Star. I will continue to gush about how cool the enemy animations are. Or like how their sprites end up changing as they're weakened. Seriously, why don't more RPGs do that? If they have static enemy sprites anyway. I mean, I guess it does technically mean that even more assets have to be made. But I don't know, I think it's a cool touch. Let's heal up just to be safe. Yeah, keep on using the Excalibur sword because it's now the strongest weapon we've got. Though everything is situational. Oh hey, it's gonna be a headless guy. Two of them. Interesting that we've got the same enemies as the some of the same enemies as the tower. I wonder, can I blow these up? No. Oh, I'm guessing I pushed that one out of the... Oh. The barrels have nothing to do with it. Good to know. Can't carry any more explosives or heal potions. Oh yeah, I guess the only reason I have to explore anything at this point is, I think the last armor and shield. Yes. Wonderful gargoyle enemies. I completely forgot this was a dungeon. I thought I only had the final area left, but I was mistaken. carry any more explosives. It's like the game expects me to be using those. Oh, should probably heal. Fighting some more Thanatos. I almost wanted to say Dullahan, but that's the name of the boss at the wind tower. So that is incorrect. Oh. Well, let's not have that happen. Good old one-hit KO abilities. More explosives. Are a lot of enemies in here weak to bomb? No. That does not appear to be the case. I just find it funny how absolutely many enemies there are that are, or not enemies, chests there are with bombs. Thankfully, most of these enemies are fairly easy to dispatch in a couple turns. The only real danger is Doom Dance. Because his one-hit kills are kind of brutal. Uh-oh. Okay, that's better. But yeah, I honestly forgot that life was a full cure. Which is different from most other RPGs where life is only good if your character is KO. Means that even your non-healer NPCs can, or companions can keep you alive. This seems to be the bottom floor of this dungeon, though. Wow, that was quite a bit of HP. And an empty room. Oh, this would have just been a shortcut back. I guess this is technically the only real problem with there not being any random encounters. Whoops. Oh, well, that's what that room's there for. That's good to know. But yeah, with there being no random encounters, there's the unfortunate situation that you could have just defeated everything in a room, on a floor, and all that's left for you to do is walk back. Your potion. Probably should have healed. Oh, well, I think we got this. Except now he's petrified, so I need to revive him. How's everybody's Sunday going? Oh, I see. Step too far. End up falling. Gonna fall anyway. Oh, I forgot they're strong against fire. Yep, okay, cool. That went exactly the way I thought it would. So it looks like... Ah, okay, yeah. Oh, that's quite a group. Remember, don't use any, hit-all magic here. Unless you want to toast yourself. Which is generally ill-advised. Let's try Flare here. Okay, not that effective. I mean, brought everybody's HP low, but, you know, didn't end up doing quite as much. I wonder something. Let me go back up and around. Actually, I'm going to look above deck here. Okay. There's something I wish to test. There's this one little dot here. No, that takes me here. I see, to get to that upper staircase, I need to... Oh, that's a different area. I see. Okay, yeah. What was down here? A whole bunch of gargoyles. Yeah, I guess finding things to comment on at this point, since it's all just the same encounters, is a little difficult. Though I did, or I am trying to make it a point not to go after every encounter. Oh, that leads down here. I see. And what's on the other side? Yeah, I had no idea that whatever your stream title and announcement are based almost entirely off of which browser you're using with your dashboard. I set it in one and it reverted in the other. Oh, crud. This is what I get for not watching HP very closely. Oh, geez. That's an issue. No, not exit. In battle, it'll just banish an enemy, but let's not accidentally do that. So if I manage to beat this in the time that I've set for myself, I actually have another game lined up that I posted about on Twitter. You can find that stuff in, like, links to some of my other stuff in profile underneath the stream. Or I believe on mobile it's... I don't remember how to access it on mobile. I think you go to their profile, which is a little bit more involved. I will have to create a stream elements bot command for linking to socials. That way, if you want to see when I'm going live or talk to me outside of the stream, that would be perfectly possible. They are throwing those status effects. Would be nice if they stopped that. Do not know if there are any important items in here. Because I'm still missing the armor and the shield. I do remember being able to go up here. But it appears that does not take me anywhere else. Oh, okay, that doesn't take you up. You have to go... Okay, this makes sense. Trying to get a feel for the map. Of course, the Thanatos healing the Sphinx-like character, and paralyzed. Or not paralyzed, petrified. Oh, come on. Also, since both heal and life take a charge of white magic, it's actually just as effective to use your life spell to dispel for petrification. Yeah, I was going to say the blind effect is probably going to make this not work very well. I should set the AI to auto so that they automatically take care of their own problems. That would probably be a good idea. let's do that. Of course, this batch of enemies is being obnoxious. Oh yeah, he doesn't have a means to heal, so all he's using are cure potions. Well, that's not quite what I meant to do. Menuing too quickly. Battle is being slightly obnoxious. How many times has the dang Thanatos healed everything else? Too many times. Finally. Now let's heal up. No, don't cast exit. I've done that before. It was both hilarious and annoying at the same time. Because casting exit resets the dungeon. I mean, that's definitely one way to grind, but that's not why I'm here. Oh, okay. This takes me here. That takes me down through this group of gargoyles. I am figuring out the structure of the ship. But hey, look, guys, I didn't leave myself muted for like 45 minutes. Thursday was frustrating because of that. Oh. That's it. Gaia's armor. Nice. Isn't that my Captain Cap? Kelly asked us for us to give it to you. Are you okay? Dad, I was worried about you. You look awful. I'm okay, but I have some bad news. The Dark King prophecy. Uh-oh. She's not having any of it. And then he's going away too. Okie dokie. Of course, everything very conveniently starts wrapping itself up. Also, they walk down off of the screen, but as far as I'm aware, there's nothing down there. They did not seem to be heading towards the, They did not appear to be heading toward the... Darn it! Brain, work with me! The warp panel! Also, how do they use the warp panel when I'm the one with the crest? And off he goes now. And now the final party member has joined me. We will have Phoebe through the end of the game. And I have no further need for money, so might as well stock up to 99 of everything. Dad will return to Foresta when he's feeling better. Fair enough. Discovered a lost part of the prophecy. The one behind the floor is darker than the night, and rises midst the land. Save the crystals, but our real enemy is the Dark King. He's in the focus tower. Reach the tower with my ship. Stand by the steering wheel and press the A button. The fourth wall. It's been broken. The realities will merge. No. I believe there was a lady up here that sells magic seeds. We should speak with her to cap out. It's always kind of unfortunate when you get to a point in an RPG where the money you've got just doesn't matter at all. Oh, wait, I need to go to the ship dock. I forgot. It's not this house. This one. I don't think... Yeah. Oh! I didn't know that the one of the items, or the item types changes like that. Oh, interesting. Now that I've done that, there are no more enemies on this ship. So I did not clear everything out this time, so hopefully I'm not quite as over-leveled. All the holes have been left, though. That kind of amuses me. Like, they've spent all this time remanning the ship, but these random holes that you can fall through still exist. I know that they say to use the steering wheel to go on, but one thing that I would like to do first is go up and see what was in one of the chests that I ignored. I mean, it's probably a cure potion, heal potion, or, some other item that I have absolutely no use for, but I'm curious. I forgot how short this tune was, though. Arrows. Okay. Oh yeah, because of all of my stuff is filled up too, so. That and Phoebe has a limited ammo stock, so. Having chests that can recover those is fairly important. Also, could you imagine the upper body strength you need to climb like that? Oh. And here we are. Focus Tower. Doom Castle. Also, we got the good music back. Game has some really solid music, I will say that. So looks like if I land in that quicksand, I will get carried back there. Shadows. Oh yeah, you got a bunch of magic. Thunder and Holy. Which for whatever reason the game well, I know why. The game calls it white. Because Nintendo at the time really didn't want to offend any religious people, so they basically said, you know, no religious references for games released in the US. And that included the word holy. So I have to pick a path, it looks like. Maybe. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Hey, a chest. An equipment chest, even. Cool. Bunch of enemies from the beginning of the game. Aegis Shield. Cool. I am now maxed out. I am now resilient against 3 fire, water and wind magic, petrify, I forget the little like spark icon, sleep, confusion, poison, blind, and silence. Oh. The only thing I'm not capped out on now is experience, so... Let's see here. Get out the claw. Because I know what to do here now. Kind of interesting. The Shadow is the most threatening enemy in this group. Also, it's very clear that they want you to be using her magic because those arrows are not very effective at all. Something that I was not aware of, actually. Oh, interesting. I forgot about the claw. Having like the bunch of status ailments that it could inflict. Okay, this is kind of a cool little puzzle. Oh, it's a boss rush! Okay, that's kind of cool. Wow! I mean, that was just rough. Shadow blowing itself up. Wait. Ah, okay. Holy crap! Yeah, so she's just our healer. I mean, I'm okay with you attacking me because it means you're not attacking her. So it was not fire you were weak to. Oh gosh darn you. Ah! Okay. Oh gosh darn it. Well, now she needs to survive long enough to heal me. The answer is, I don't think that's happening. Nope! Let's try it this way. Oh, come on. Quit with the dang sleep. And I think I'm dead. Not quite. I will hit it with Flare. You can hit it with Holy. I needed to heal myself, actually. But it is good to know that I have speed advantage over it. Nope, maybe I don't. Like, oh yeah, I've got speed advantage over it. No, I don't. The sort of randomness in the speed formula has led to a problem here. She's about to die. Now I need to revive her. There we go. Get hit with Quake. Come on. There we go. It only took, what, 3 tries? And now we climb through the middle. There's nothing down there. Okay, that's kind of cool. Doom Castle. Yeah, don't mind me just doing a little bit of saving. Oh, these are themed after the different dungeons. Cool. I was going to say, please do not get put to sleep or anything like that. That would be slightly obnoxious. Oh, wow. This is neat, though, because this is, showing enemies from previous areas. Mixed with some enemy groups from current areas. Interesting that the squid is resilient. Oh, come on. And I do not believe... Yeah. I need to find another way around. Oh. That's just silly. How do I get across? There's a whole gap. Jump. Open that over there. PB so that I can Battle against this group with a squid. So the first enemy we try to deal with, the dang Thanatos. Because that thing has already been a dang headache this session. Oh, hey, crab. I will attack that. I will attack it, and I will have her use fight against the other enemies. That opens that. I don't think... Nope, just out of reach. Do I go this way then? No. Oh, I see. Yeah, when I was talking to some friends about emotes, eventual emotes, if I end up hitting affiliate, I had to joke. I said, one of them obvious, has to be something relating to me missing obvious things, because as much as I hate to admit it, that's something that seems to happen an awful lot. Not partner affiliate. Wait, that's just a big loop. Fair enough. Seems to happen a little more than I'd like, honestly, but it is what it is, and I guess I'll get better with time and practice? I hope, anyway. I will say this, though. At least if I'm... at least I hope that stuff like that causes at least a little bit of humor. Like, I kind of would hate if it were, just pure... Oh, hello. Just pure frustration on the behalf of people viewing. So now we have a remix of... Oh, now it's a stone golem instead of an ice golem. Okay, that's kind of cool. I'm going to try the previous tactic, and that is, lots of white. I was going to say that is not being as effective as I'd like it to be, but that's mainly because the, number of enemies. Jeez. Okay, so for this being a stone golem, having it look like it's melting doesn't really fit. I don't think stone melts like that. I do find that relatively amusing now. And that looks to be the second, wait a minute. There is no path forward. Oh, okay. Path forward would be in the middle of the... Wait a minute. I missed something. Like a self-fulfilling prophecy or something. Because, yeah, that goes over there. I do not know this map. Oh, okay. So I basically just have to go back and that leads up. Cool. So now we are to the lava dome. I still think that sounds like a an event arena. Oh, okay, those are the equivalent of grappling points. What I wonder is how many battles down here are going to be mandatory. Okay, so that leads me down and hilariously back in a circle. So this is not where I need to be. Get some cure potions. Can't take any more arrows. It's interesting though, because you really don't want to give the enemies too many turns. Because a lot of them have a lot of status ailments. Like there's something that I've noticed as I've been playing through this game from the beginning is that enemies are like just about everything has the ability to throw some kind of a status ailment at you. And that can be a bit of a problem, especially when it's stuff like confusion. Since your characters can basically opt to beat the stuffing out of you. I still remember one situation in the very first session where my main character was by himself, got confused, cast Quake on himself, and that was it. Game over. Okay, so that's the way back. Also, the Medusa-like enemies getting a little flustered when they lose their snake hair. The graphics in this game are very expressive, and it's kind of great. Here we go, next boss fight. We will continue to use the strategy of cast white on everything to get rid of the extra enemies as quickly as possible. There we go. That problem is taken care of, though Phoebe keeps on getting hit with, like, paralysis and stuff. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, now we just cast magic on it until it goes away. Like, once you've got near the end of the game, the amount of strategy that you need. Oh. Okay. I was going to say that the game has lost much of its bite, and then I end up getting one shot. Oh, hubris. That's hilarious, though. There we go. Boss of this floor down. Let's heal up. Move on. Ooh, I get to face Pazuzu again. Or some other incarnation, I guess. Time to see if me opting not to defeat every enemy on my path in the last dungeon will come to bite me in the butt or not. Though I realize that it's somewhat repeating myself, but oh. Okay, you can fall. I didn't know that. Too busy talking, not enough time paying attention to where I was walking. From the speedrun that I've watched, I believe they said level 31 was sort of the minimum level that you needed to be in order to complete this. Something along those lines. So I'm a little bit above that. Okay, that doesn't help me. So, did anybody watching grow up with this game? Enjoy it? Hate it? I remember back in the day, people kind of... That's fair. The funny thing is I kind of noticed, like, people bought it and then over time, people started sort of scoffing at it because it's on the box art itself. It says it's an entry-level RPG. So there were quite a few people that, you know, saw that and it's like, it's not cool enough, I guess? And while, sure, it's definitely not nearly as complex as, like, what in the world? Why does it look like there are enemies in the glass panels? That's kind of weird. But yeah, you know, people look at entry level and end up, well, like I said, sort of scoffing at it, when in reality it's honestly kind of cool. Like, I've been having fun streaming it over the last 3 weeks. I'm not going to sit here and say that it's difficult. Like, I've had some losses, but mainly the losses have been because of status effects or not paying close enough attention to my stats. Like, the game's difficulty really comes from the status ailments. Because, you know, it's very easy to get your characters confused, and then they're their own worst enemy. Oh, I see. Though you can definitely tell that you're not meant to level past, or, you know, you're really not meant to level grind in this game, because I'm missing, what, 5 blocks of the HP meter, which means the meter technically caps out at 41, though I wouldn't be surprised if it capped out at 40. And then, yeah, depending on when I complete this, my plan is to move straight into a game that I only discovered, not August, was it? Late last year. Let's just say late last year rather than trying to figure out the exact date. Heal up because I was too busy talking, not enough time paying attention to health. Wait. Oh, okay. Wait, so can you do this with all of these side paths? I didn't even know. At some point, I'm hoping that there will be enough people watching to sort of help steer what I'll play next, because, I don't know, I'd like to play stuff that people... retro stuff that people would be interested in seeing, and, you know, there's such a huge library out there that it would be great for people to give input. Like, a streamer that I've been watching quite extensively lately, oh hell, for petrification. yeah, somebody that I've been watching quite a bit over the past few months, basically said something along the lines of, there are more games out there than someone could ever play in their lifetime. So, you know, try to play as many as you can. And while obviously I'm going to stream some personal favorites from time to time, I'd like to, you know, get input from other people on what they enjoy. Because maybe there's something out there that I've completely overlooked that it turns out is absolutely amazing. Because, you know, each person only has one set of eyes, so there's only so much they can see. That, and as I hope I've made it fairly clear from me streaming, my tastes are basically everything. Like, there's very little that I won't play. So, I mean, somebody can very easily cue me in on their favorite game, me try it, and it turns into one of my favorite games. That's kind of what happened with the game that I'm gonna be streaming after this. Like, I hadn't even really heard of the series until I saw this game, and now I want to try all the games that exist for it. Okay, so he can actually go quicker than me. That is a potential problem. That is a very big problem. I get the feeling we'll be refighting this. Oh, you're just going to use Psycho Shield. What? So does that mean that the shield is worn off? Or does that mean I'm about to nuke my party? Nope, I'm about to hit myself. Oh, you're reactivating it. Okay. Or not. I have not figured out how to read this boss. Oh. After I have completed this game, I'm going to have to see what it is that I missed about this guy using Psycho Shield. I mean, I would presume that, what? Also that pose. Okay, so I guess does the second time we take no damage indicate when he's done psycho shielding? Also, the sprite change from when he's laying down is awkward. Well, let's see if I end up blasting myself. I did not. That was still a somewhat challenging battle, though, so I will take it. But yeah, back when I was little, my babysitter's son either owned or rented this. I can't remember which, and that's how I experienced it for the first time. I did not own a Super Nintendo for a few years after it came out. I was actually typically late to most consoles, but that's okay because I ended up getting them eventually, and thinking back on it, I ended up getting most consoles in one way or another for... Oops. Oh, okay. It's like, wait, did I just start the final fight? The answer appears to be no, though. Found some arrows. But yeah, thanks to my awesome family on, like, my parents and my, other relatives giving me stuff when they didn't want it anymore. I basically got to try more games than I guess most did. You know, it wasn't like rich or anything, which is why I ended up with stuff usually near the end of its life cycle, but it was still kind of cool. Well, here we go. If this isn't the final battle, I don't know what is. And now you will serve me. I don't think so. We won't allow you to ruin our world. Alas, silly humans, I must share a terrible secret. That prophecy, ages ago, I started that rumor. Welcome to the power of darkness. What? I've never heard this theme. Did I actually miss a spell, or is just that slot always empty? I have the feeling, though, that this enemy is probably resilient to most magic types. We'll find out. Oh, nope. Oh well, whether I missed a spell or not, I don't know it's gonna matter. It's interesting though, because it feels like once you've gotten to a certain point, you can just kind of bull rush your way through the rest of the game if you've been fighting every battle that you encounter. Like if you play this game like, oh. Okay, that's kind of cool. It seems like if you fight every enemy that you can see, you really do kind of over-level yourself. Because as Crimson Layer ended up telling me after the last Mystic Quest stream, I may have been a little over-leveled when I ended up defeating Pazuzu, which explains why it was not nearly as difficult to fight as I was expecting. Like, I remember having heard that being quite the difficulty spike, and then I didn't really have trouble with it. Now see what you really are, huh? You're a big ol' spider. Okay. Oh, heck. Dealing quite a bit of damage, though. Oh, heck. Wait a minute. I was already casting life. That works. A web. Strong against Petrify. Still hurt a good bit, but yeah. You are out of white magic, or wizard magic at the moment, so heal me and then we'll both use seeds. Spend a turn recovering MP. What? Just to be safe, I'm going to use life again because it'll heal her to full. Words. Oh, heck. Wait, what? Okay. I mean, thankfully I'm resilient to, the status effects. Uh-oh, I think I'm dead. Oh, yes. Very. And now she's not going to be able to heal me. I think this fight's over. Darn it. Okay, the music doesn't even change. That's kind of cool. So I wonder, are you weak to, or are you affected by flare? Or is that a waste of time? You're not. resilient to flare. Transformation! Turns into some Ashura-like creature. Also, this is definitely where refreshers would come in handy, since you can lower your stats like defense. Actually, may as well. Then I need to heal myself. And heal her. Quake doesn't even shake this arena. That's kind of funny. Let's take the fight just a little slower to make it, to make sure that I'm keeping up with my stats. Growls and turns into Spider Dark King. I'm strong against fire, so that's not devastating. And nearly a full heal. Golden Web against me, that doesn't do much of anything, except for some damage. Mega Flare again. Now time to heal. Phoebe uses Seed on herself. Unless she gets paralyzed, in which case, you know. Cast another flare, it turns into the weird tentacle thing. And I have made a mistake. Yeah. I need to get her out of confusion, which I think I can do with life. Yeah, cool. Now, I need to heal myself before I die. What? Oh. You defeated the Dark King. I don't think that's it. Oh. I guess maybe it is? Disguised as a human, I, the Crystal of Light, have guided you. What? Evil can't thrive if you keep hope alive. Use your courage and respect your world. We have a moral of the story. Okay. I was actually very close to beating the final enemy first try. Dark King was the problem and you beat him. What happened to Ruben and Captain Matt? They're fine, they have already headed home. My character basically goes and says bye to everybody. Really just checks in on everybody. Okay. I mean, your ship had a whole bunch of holes in it. You should probably fix those. Spencer is still digging away at that hole. Tristram is gone treasure hunting again. Left Spencer there to dig alone. Oh hey, the exact place that I've ended every stream. That's kind of funny. My character is off for more adventure. Everybody sees my character off. Do it up while you're young. That's interesting phrasing. Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, with all these people that have come with me, my character decides to go off alone. That's kind of funny. Level 36, so a little over-leveled for the end of the game, but... Wait a minute. Gosh dang it. And there we go. So yeah, sort of summing up Mystic Quest, like, I've always kind of liked the game. I remember some of the hate that it got for being an entry-level RPG, and I don't know, I never saw it that way. Everybody's got to have a point to get into something. Whether it be an entry-level RPG, a rules-light, story-heavy tabletop system, you know. There's got to be, for lack of a better way of putting it, like, most things have that sort of gateway drug into them. Got to start out simple and then move on to the more complex things, because moving straight into the complex things usually ends up leaving somebody just kind of confused, and that's why they ended up creating Mystic Quest for the West. Who knows how many people ended up getting into RPGs because of this? Or who knows, maybe people didn't get into Japanese RPGs because of this. I'd like to believe they did, though. Because, yeah, this is simple, but it's still fun, and that's the important thing. I wonder if it will give me the opportunity to see my time when this credit sequence clears, or if it'll just take me back to the title screen. I guess I could round up and just say a 14-hour playthrough. Life. I believe it's actually the life spell. I believe that's actually the life spell. Let's test that after the credits finish rolling. So this game has what is referred to for Final Fantasy Legend 2, or no, it was the original Final Fantasy Legend, as the chainsaw bug. Where you can basically walk up to the final boss of the first Final Fantasy Legend game. And, yeah, you use the chainsaw and it can one-hit KO the boss. Oh, this is probably one of those, have to reset it to continue. Okay, we can do that. I did save right in front of the final boss. Well, that explains the fifth dancing crystal on the title screen. So let's see if life ends up one-shotting it. I wish to know. No effect. Okay, so that isn't it. I don't think you can use items. No. Well, there is another white magic that I have here, and that's exit. No effect. Let's try the other two healing spells. I mean, heal still does a significant amount of damage, though. So no, it doesn't look like this. Unless I am doing something wrong, it does not appear that any of these can one-shot the final boss. I mean, heal does a pretty big... Oh, that's 15,000 damage! Wait, what? Yeah, 15,000. Wait, hers heals him, though. It's only my life spell that deals or cure spell that deals damage. I didn't know that. Still, that's another phase down already. This is kind of entertaining. $30,000! Holy crap! Okay, sure. I didn't expect that. Thank you for telling me about that. That was a funny little thing to revisit. It's not quite the chainsaw bug, but, yeah. I need just a minute to prepare game I am moving on to. So let me switch over to... Where'd it go? Did I lose the scene? No, I didn't. Because I need to switch inputs. Oh, that means I also have to update some stream info. Something that I've been, unfortunately, notoriously bad at, doing. Oh, well, all in practice, right? Wait, that's backward. So yeah, we're moving to the NES for something. Which, like I said, means just a touch of setup here. But I will be good to go momentarily. So did you guys enjoy that? Like, that was honestly pretty good to me anyway. Here we go. I am ready. Oh, I need to update the stream info very quickly, because this is not Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I also need to find the year for this. This is information I should have gotten before I started the stream, but I didn't think about that. I need to add an item to my checklist. Oh, okay, 1991. Huh, this game was actually released on a, in Japan on a family member of mine's birthday. That kind of amuses me. There we go. So, a little bit of backstory. I ended up watching Dino stream this late last year. He has professed it as his favorite RPG, period. And then after having played it myself, I ended up deciding it's one of my favorites too. So I decided to try the game myself. This is an English translation. I need to make that clear because the Famicom game was not released in the US. The first one that we got was, I want to say, Metal Saga for the PlayStation 2. So is that something that people have, anybody's tried? Or any of the games that came after it? Kinda curious if anybody's really heard much of this series. Yeah, like, I hadn't even heard of the series until, Dino's streams. Also, game is from, game has phenomenal music. Oh, next is just a space. I see. So, you know, most RPGs, start out with a family member waking you up and, you know, urging you to go out on an adventure. This one, no. What? You want to become a monster hunter? Haven't you given up on that idiotic dream yet, Kronos? Dad, you should at least listen to him first. You stay out of this. I've told you so many times that there's nothing better than a proper, honest job. Why can't you get it through your thick skull, you moron? If you hate listening to my advice that much, then you can get out of this house. Maybe the cold winds out there will cool down that hot head of yours. And then he drags you out of the house. Out! Out! You can go all the way to hell for all I care. You know, little, well, your character's somewhere around, I want to say 16, so, well, I mean, it's still abuse is abuse, but then this guy just comes over here to laugh at you. Did your old man throw you out again? So what's particularly cool about this game is, you know, the big trend in modern games anymore is, open world games. And this is actually a fairly early example of that. Actually, this one NPC in the bar basically tells you everything you need to know about the game. Huh? What should your goal be? You have to decide that for yourself, pal. Like, very little in this game is actually required to complete it. I think an any percent speedrun can be finished in, I don't know how long, but it's not very long. His tank is crimson like the blood he thirsts for. The lone bounty hunter, admired and feared by all of his peers. He is the Red Wolf. Dramatic. Ever heard about that hunter in the red tank? They say he's pretty good. And then, yeah, character dressed in red over here. Damn cowards, spreading more rumors about me. Look around, this world is a godforsaken wasteland. There's only two things that say how much you're really worth. How far you've traveled, and how many people you've met. Also, something that you can't do in, any NES, like, proper NES games that came over here. You can talk to the bartender and buy, like, legit alcohol. It doesn't actually have an effect, mind you, but just mildly amusing. Would you like to drink an alcoholic drink called the Backdrop? Remember to equip weapons and armor. They're useless just sitting in your inventory. Always have a variety of equipment and items with you. For example, if you're planning on going outside, you should at the very least bring a healing capsule with you. weapons and armor. I believe we already start with a slingshot? Oh, that's the tank menu. Also, yes, I've given a bit of a spoiler as to what we'll be doing here. Then again, I think I mentioned it in the tweet that I made around noon. Yep, okay, start with a slingshot and denim overall. So, we have some equipment already. Tools for humans. Let's buy a couple healing capsules. But yes, this is an RPG where you basically drive around, explore, and fight monsters, essentially do what you want. This is what they used to call a transfer center a long time ago. Apparently, you could go in here and reach faraway places in an instant. Sounds pretty far-fetched if you ask me. And then here is where we end up if we die. Burnt to a crisp again. What a waste, Master. I am Dr. Mortem, genius scientist extraordinaire. So, got any business with me? No, not really. Don't go grave robbing now. Those bodies are too old and rotten. I require the freshest of corpses for my work. If you find any, bring them to me as soon as possible. Yeah, if we die, this is, or if any of our characters die, or we die, this is where we end up. Very pleasant person. Finished talking to a couple people. Have you ever met Dr. Mortem? He lives in this house behind us. Yes. Ew, stay away from me! I say no. They say he's doing some kind of research on corpses. Yes. Yes, he is. Welcome to Rio Auto. You're just the repairman's brat. Yeah, character isn't very well liked, it seems. So got some good overworld jams. And then you get to see how crazy this game's combat system is. We have roaming gas cans and killer amoeba. Yes, that is a gas can with legs. And it shoots fire. It's actually maybe too many enemies for me. Yeah, this is actually kind of bad. I'm already gonna need to go heal. Can I survive? Let's just try to run. Go heal. Or not. I have 2 health. We're not doing this. Amusingly enough, though, even though we have been kicked out of our house, character sister is having none of it. Thank goodness you're back. You must be tired. Go to bed and get some rest. Yes, we can heal for free here. Also, we have one very odd item in our inventory at the beginning of the game that I don't understand why we have it. My inventory. Oh. In tools. I guess we were doing laundry? That's the only thing that I'm going to say. Yeah, just awkward. Anyway, we've healed now, so... Oh, so yeah, there's this big complicated menu for, like, all of the vehicle-related stuff. Because the game actually has a fairly robust vehicle system. Two killer amoebae. There's one down. XP and 6 gold. Also, we have some overscan artifacting. Because yeah, cropping different systems based on what part of the screen they use is a bit of a task. Oh. Oh yes, the newly deceased. The perfect material for my experiment. This is going to be a major success. And then your father is obviously upset that you're dead. And now with the power of electricity, you're alive! And then, yeah. Funny thing is as far as I'm aware, that's the only actual penalty is you get sent back here. Like, I should have, what, 36 gold? And I still have 36 gold. Like, that's the only real penalty is you get sent back here, and you, do not... Your vehicles are left where you died. If you died, well, you would have been on foot. Can't call yourself a monster hunter if you don't have your own vehicle. The world out there is littered with the corpses of those who thought they could make it without one. First thing you do is get yourself a vehicle. Then you find some good comrades. If I were a hunter, I'd look for a skilled mechanic and a strong soldier. Many more people to talk to. There's an old story about this town. A long time ago, a group of evil monster hunters came and pillaged the whole place. They say their hideout is inside the cave to the south. Tank can't move or has no pilot, you can still carry it around. Ride a working tank and search the other to tow it. Easy, right? Also, going down the stairs is unnecessary. We'll just jump off the balcony. Watch out for that flower pot. It's easy to push it out of the window. You mean this one? Look at the birdies. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I guess I just bashed somebody on the head with a flower pot. Oops. Oh yeah, here's where you save, I believe. No, this is the equipment shop. Well, let's see what equipment they have. Because the slingshot's clearly not doing it. Oh. Oh yeah, I can get armor. Work gloves, yes. Work boots, yes. Wrong menu. There we go, I should have a little more defense now. Then the NPC walks right in the way of where I'm trying to walk. Talk to this person. Did you come here to find a tank too? Yeah. They say the famous Red Wolf is also snooping around. He's gonna find it first if we don't hurry. If you tell that NPC no, he's like, oh, I didn't say anything about a tank. It's like, sure you didn't. Giant ants. Two EXP and 4 gold. Well, not really gold, but, you know, G or whatever. Can I search here? Nothing to be found. Okay, thought there might be something. Oh yeah, I guess flashing warning anytime I get into a random encounter. Also, I think it's kind of cool that the screen scrolls to the battle screen. I think it's fairly resilient. But it has been defeated. 4 EXP, 10 gold, and a level up. Strength 3, Wisdom 2, Speed 4, Vitality 2. Driving skill plus 4, max HP plus 33. That is a pretty big HP boost. I did not search the crate. Oh well. Ken was defeated, 2 EXP, 4 gold. Ah, okay, the closed crates are where items are. Open the crate, found 56 gold. Yeah, we're not fighting you. Radio. That just the battle music? Yes. Jeez, those things hurt. Actually, I should heal. Tools. HP fully restored to 113. Nothing down here. Two killer amoeba. I also kind of like that the monster list actually differentiates between a singular and plural enemies. Or amount of enemies. It's either killer amoeba or killer amoeba. depending on whether there's one or more. 4 XP, 6 gold. There's a tank down there. That's what we're here for. Can explore the rest of this place after we get that. XP, 2 gold. Vulcan. Yeah, sort of a running thing with the enemies in this game are either inanimate objects with legs, or creatures with guns. All monsters are defeated. 3 EXP, 6 gold. Ooh, 4 of you. I don't know if we're about to hear the awesome boss music or not. I don't know if this upcoming enemy is just a regular encounter or considered a boss. But yeah, this boss music has some of the best dang music in gaming. EXP, 6 gold. Found an old coin. 106 gold. So you will notice a dog here. Grr. No. Bark, bark. Grr. Yes. It howls. Ooh, we do get the boss music. So here's the thing. Doesn't really matter what we do here. Took no damage. We're probably actually about to die because I attacked. Then. Oh no, we're good. Red Wolf drew near. Bionic Pooch attacked. Wolf took 45 damage. Furnace is defending. Wolf attacked. Protector equipped to the Bionic Pooch was destroyed. So we're just gonna defend again. Because the tank has its full attention at this point. Wolf attacked. Bionic Pooch lost 387 HP. Bionic Pooch was defeated. 20 EXP, 32 gold, and a level. So yeah, you basically have to survive a round against that thing, and then Red Wolf comes in and ends up... Did you come here alone, kid? Yes. You must have a death wish. I figured I'd save your ass since I was passing by, but I'm not giving up on the tank. Go home, kid. Takes a good look at it. What a load of junk. The secondary gun isn't half bad. I'll take it. So he takes the secondary weapon. It's your lucky day, kid. You're the new owner of that old piece of garbage. See you around. And then off he goes. Search this crate and find some camo clothes, which is an equipment upgrade for us. That's the wrong menu. How many times will I do that today? I mean, to be fair, I do need to heal. Pretty sure I need to heal. Yeah. 6 HP. Also, the old coin is functionally useless. Call it heads or tails. It came up heads. It's just, that's all it does. It's a coin flip. Open. Now, I need to look something up really quick because I would prefer to have the tanks referred to by what they actually are. No, not Metal Max Zeno. Ah, yes, the very first one is the Mosquito. So there's one unfortunate thing. We cannot fit the entirety of Mosquito in here. So we're going to have to omit a letter. We will omit the U. Since, you know, QU is typically, yeah. We have the Mosquito. Squito. I misspelled that again, didn't I? Nope, I didn't this time. Hooray! The first time I tried this game, I misspelled mosquito as in like mesquite, like barbecue. I will poke a little bit of fun at myself for that. So yes, we're now running around in a tank. And this is part of what makes this game so freaking awesome. That, and what's kind of neat is, you can get out of the vehicle. We don't need to waste tank resources on the killer amoeba. Like, we lose 1 to 2 HP per attack. Okay, this just loops back around. I forgot for a moment. Also, yeah, even though we're in a tank, we cannot drive over that rubble. One damage. And yeah, the tank is considerably more durable than we are. Then again, I mean, it's a tank. Trying to recall if there were any other items down here that were worth getting. I don't think so. So, out of here we go. Explore this little dungeon. As said, cannot go over the rubble, even though you would think that a tank would be pretty good at that. Also, I will repeat for anybody newly joining, there's a bit of a flashing warning anytime we get into a random encounter. I do not believe a hack exists to reduce the flashing, as some people have done for some games. Cool. Needed a new healing capsule anyway. mind if we talk to this person again? Whoa, you got a tank! Damn, I'm so jealous! Yeah, that person was looking for the tank too. We ruined their dreams. Then again, we need this for our dream of becoming a monster hunter, so... Also, I do find it funny that Monster Hunter has the M and the H capitalized like it's the game. We are going to become a Monster Hunter trademark. Is there anything else in this cave that we can use? I don't remember. Doesn't look like it. But yeah, you definitely do not wish to fight armored things on foot unless you have weapons that can... or tools like the Fireberg that can deal significant damage to them. And we do have limited ammo for our main gun. Oh, yep, we're back down to the skulls. Gas can. Let's get out of here and go exploring. New world map music, though in my personal opinion the on-foot world map music is better. I mean, the tank world map music isn't bad, but I just prefer the sort of the adventurous theme of the on-foot. Also cowbell. Yes, as you can see, we cannot go past this rubble. Can, however, go into the garage. Welcome to a full tank. Need any supplies? Ammunition. Fill all. 85 gold. And fill up our armor tiles. 17 gold. How much gold do we have left after that? $252, not bad. Also, yes, we can talk to our father. It's you. What do you want? Repair, allowance, retire, or just visiting? And yes, you can end the game with retire. Just, that's it. Roll credits. Guys, I give up! Don't you get it? I threw you out. You're no longer my son. Ow. Mean. Let's get out of the tank. I did not need to go back in here. Let's go upgrade our weapon. We have enough for the shotgun. Yes, that's okay. So let's equip that. Sell peel off the slingshot and denima overalls. As usual, items sell at half the normal RPG price. There we go. Come over here. Buy ourselves another healing capsule. Actually, let's buy a third healing capsule, just to be safe. And then I don't think we can buy portable tile pack kits from here. Now, I believe those are tools for vehicles, so off we go. Get into the tank. Blow up the roaming gas can with 71 HP worth of damage. And yeah, now getting up here to this town is not a problem at all. Well, not town, but this is a checkpoint, and I'm the lookout. Get out of our tank. See that old man resting on the bed? Loves talking about the old times. Listen to him for a while. He'd appreciate it. Inspected the area. There was nothing to be found. I was hoping to look at the TV. Are you considering passing through? Yes. Okay, suit yourself. You better watch out, though. The monsters ahead are tougher than what you're used to. He is not wrong. If you're looking for comrades, you should head over to Obra, I think is how you pronounce that. I don't know. Way off to the east. It's a pretty big town, so you're bound to find some other suicidal bastards like you. Wow, rude. Long time ago, this region was swarming with giant monsters. What we did back then was build an electric fence to confine them to the other side. Don't think it was easy, though. We lost many good monster hunters to make that happen. But the few who survived became filthy rich. All in it for the money, huh? I mean, to be fair, that's why a lot of monster hunters do what they do, because there will be bounties. I actually forgot to look in the bar, but there are posters that basically tell you one of the enemies that you can encounter is like a guerrilla gang. And yes, equipment has weight. You have to make the decision between better equipment and more HP. Giant attack, dealt no damage. 3 damage to that one. And yeah, now I'm dealing 35 damage because I've got a shotgun. .31 ammo, so let's search here. 75 gold. Thankfully, when you find money in crates, usually it's a decent amount. Biosnail. Okay, nothing over here. I love the dang gas can designs. Like, the enemies in this amuse the heck out of me. You will see one in particular that will make you laugh, probably. Be a little ways off, but... Wait, there's a crate over there. How do I get to that? I'm guessing going around this upper path. Also, yes, NES game encounter rates. Getting into a fight every couple steps. Gas can with legs. I love the silliness in the enemy design. Wow, that's a lot of giant ants. Thankfully, they're not that big of a threat, though I have lost a good bit of HP and probably should have healed at the house while I had the opportunity. But I forgot to, so. Crate over here. Search. Oh, I forgot that you could get a shotgun from here. I wasted money. Oh, that still hurts. Oh well, I can beat it on foot now. Found a healing capsule among the remains. Why did a robot have a healing capsule? Or really, just a sentient, like, mortar. Like I said, game's kinda silly. Gotta be a little bit careful not to use too much of my ammo. Because I don't have a secondary gun, and I need to remember that. So getting out of the vehicle would probably be better. Drive around in the tank, but get out of it to get items. And during combat. Found hand grenade. Get out of the vehicle. Shoot the killer amoeba with a shotgun. Gain another level. Another 20 health. Hero. Pointing to skulls. Not ominous at all. Oh, this is how you get this crate. 40 tile pack. Cool, I can heal my tank. I forgot if there were any tile packs being sold in any of the towns. Oh good, it's good that I'm in my tank for this enemy. $5 EXP, 8 gold. I just find it funny that there are these arrows, like, directing you, like... It's kind of suspicious. But to be fair, there's only one path forward, and it is actually that direction. Let's talk to this person. There you are, Gorilla Clan. You're toast. Oh, sorry. You kind of looked like an ape. Wow, that's mean. So yeah, this is funny. It's like, item. Nope, not item. However, we need to be down here anyway. Also, there's that awesome boss music again. Like, there's a part of me that wants to be quiet to let the music play, but need to be talking. Showcase the awesome music of this game, though. They're all hitting me with flamethrowers. Also, unfortunately, I can pick a group of enemies to attack, not individuals. So for all I know, I may attack the front one this time. Which is exactly what happened. That's not useful. Like, I guess that's the only major issue with the battle system. Is you don't have granular control. Also, if once you have multiple party members, if someone tries to attack a character that's already dead, you whiff the attack. I guess I would just chalk that up to sort of NES design where switching targets wasn't always the easiest. Programming for the 6502 processor was not an easy thing to do. Got 180 XP and 440 gold. Gained a level. And yeah, just normal enemies now. Well, bombles, bomb turtles. As I recall, these things hurt. Oh, it called for allies. That's kind of funny. Well, let's attack it. It explodes, hits the other with an explosion, and defeats it too. Those things can explode and deal a decent amount of damage to you. They are not your friends. Is there anything to the south? I don't think so. Nope. Got another battle, though. Kronos hasn't been noticed yet. I am almost out of ammo for the tank, though. So it would probably be wise to start doing most of my battles on foot. I do have that shotgun, after all. Also, thankfully, getting in or out of the tank does not consume a turn. Dodge the attack. 60 XP, 12 gold. So yeah, now that we're down here though, one nice thing is we can come over, go around and get to the crate from the side. Ooh, a 7mm machine gun. Nice. Equip the mosquito with the machine gun. And I believe I've actually lost enough HP to where that does not overweigh me. Check status. Yep. I have 14 HP worth of additional weight remaining. So yeah, now it's not so big of a deal that my main cannon is almost out of ammo. I can machine gun things. Except bombles apparently are things that you wish to hit with the tank gun. Oh yes, and now we have lesser versions of the Guerrilla Clan. As you can see, though, it's not too big of a deal now because these are not particularly armored enemies. We can just use our secondary gun to attack them instead. I don't know, I thought about playing this or the Super Nintendo version, but the Super Nintendo version, the remake, well, it does add some more convenience features. Its translation is way more crass, and honestly speaking, I prefer the NES music. Like, as I understand it, the, from, Dino's streams, the person, or the person who did the translation of the Super Nintendo version, you know, decided to be edgy with language, so. We'll get to it eventually, but I like this version more, so this is the version I'm starting with. Honestly speaking, I will play it at some point because I'm curious to see how it changed. That, and who knows, maybe by this, by the time I do that, who knows if there, you know, a less vulgar, I guess is the word that I'm looking for, version of the hack will exist. Don't know. Yeah, let's drive back to town and heal up the tank. Hand in that bounty because I forgot there was actually a bounty place in the first town. There was a building I never went into. Fill all ammunition. 145 gold. Your ammo is expensive. Oh, this is where you can check your EXP to next level, kind of like a Dragon Quest game. Neat. The little computer is the king. Wait, can't you check that in your status? No, you can't actually. That's kind of interesting. I can apparently get up or down to make it beep, but that's it. Out of the tank. I don't think the bounty place is in the bar. I think it's here. Along with the save lady. Yep, here we go. So this is actually where we'd have been able to find out about the Guerrilla Clan. Worth 1,000 gold. Tanks can only fit one person. When you have allies, you'll have to think about who's going to be inside the tank and who's going to walk. Monster hunters make their living by hunting down monsters. That's pretty obvious, huh? Welcome to the Hunter's Office. Ask for intel. Good job dealing with that Guerrilla Clan. You're making the world a better place for the rest of us. Get reward. Good job, Kronos. Guerrilla Clan's bounty amounts to 1,000 G. Are you going to cash it in now? Yes. Kronos cashed in the bounty, obtained 1,000 G. The world is a safer place now. I'm sure people will be talking about your deeds. Yeah, it's interesting because that bounty is completely optional. Don't have to do it. Stand in front of a vending machine and search it to use it. Here I can buy capsules and I can buy rocket fireworks and blaze bottles. By the way, you don't get a discount for buying them here, but you can kind of buy them in bulk. Also, when you do that, this little wheel spins, and if it lands on the thing in the middle, you get a bonus. Also, we have a dinosaur thing and a tank standing off in the middle. This is a memory center where hunters save records of their battles. Would you like to save? Yes. Save where? 1. Done. Your records have been saved. Are you going to keep playing? Yes. Kind of funny that the keep playing notice kind of breaks the fourth wall. Can't bring vehicles inside our town. That's how we keep violent thugs from messing everything up. So I have to wonder then, where was Red Wolf's tank? Some hunter called Kronos beat the Guerrilla Clan. You wouldn't happen to be him, would you? Nope, don't know who you're talking about. No idea. Matter of fact, I'm resting and leaving. There we go, quick heal. So yes, I have no intent on completing or ending the game until I've done everything I possibly can. Like, if sorry, just had a bit of a brain fart there. My hope is to do as close to 100% as possible. I don't know how much 100% is, but my goal is to get as close to it as possible. But yeah, now that the tank has a secondary gun, there's very, very little reason for me to get out on foot. There will be some locations where I will have to, but until then, I can basically just sit in the tank and fire the secondary gun. Because it has no ammo limit. Though the encounter rate is being, a retro game encounter limit again. Or not limit, right. Like, take 2 steps, get into a fight. There we go, we've done everything we can do here, so let's move on. So they said Obra is to the east, so let's move on. It's a weird swamp we can't drive our tank into, and I did not mean to use the tank shell against the ant. There's a building. Cannot go through the trees though, so I need to go through long way. Let's see. Bird stalls. I believe that's a cross between a bird and a pistol. Say it does not look armored, so we will use the secondary gun. Gotta level up. Also, yes, driving skill, I believe, is what determines how much damage our tank does. Really, just how effective our tank is in general, I think. So go into this little swamp-locked town. Yay, it's a tourist! I'm sure you noticed yourself, but this place barely counts as a town for how small it is. We barely get any visitors. We're lucky we get merchants stopping by from time to time. Can I search these crates? Open the crate. Found healing capsule. Can't carry anymore. Gave up on healing capsule. Thankfully, I don't lose out on the item, so... Oh, I forgot to deposit the old coin, didn't I? Yes. I did. Drop it. Cannot discard old coin. Now I need to see if this place has a storage. I don't think it does. Ground here is too moist for most crops. Guess we can grow potatoes, though. Welcome to Negi. It's not much of a town, really. Long ago, people lived in those houses. There's a save lady. There's this rumor going on about a cannon encampment up north. If you get anywhere near, cannonballs will rain down on you, and you'll take tons of damage. He's not wrong. Step right up, step right up. We have a good selection of tools for humans. Let's sell one of these shotguns because I do not need it. And in the tools, let's sell one of the healing capsules, I suppose. I did technically just waste more money, but oh well. Here's my trick. First, simmer your food with low fire. Then burn the hell out of it over red hot charcoal. Okay. Found work gloves. Are those what I already have? They are. Work boots. Found a rocket firework. Which means my inventory is full again. Life here isn't luxurious, but it's peaceful. That's what really matters in the end. I've never left this town, and after listening to his stories, I'm glad I never did. When I was in my prime, I journeyed all the way to the east. I found an ancient factory there with many machines still operational. But some of them were killing machines created to kill us humans. I lost all of my comrades back then. I barely made it out alive. Scaring people. Yes, I will save. Can I talk to this person? Yep. The person talking about the crops. What's the other item here? 7 gold. Yes, there are these empty houses. Oh, hey! Curtis inspected the area. Oh, nothing to be found. Okay, yeah. Walk up to this, search it. Will you use the electric teleport? Yes. Please select your destination. Burrito. Please enter the transport device. Talk to this guy. This is what they used to call the transport center a long time ago. Apparently, you could go in here and reach faraway places in an instant. Wait a second. When did you get inside? Don't tell me that this thing actually works. Eek! Then he gets out of the way so that I can now basically freely, So yes, I can now teleport. So long as I've used the transport from the other place, I can now teleport to the nearest town if I ever get killed and need to get back to my tank. There is one other thing that can happen. But it has not happened this time, so we're not going to push our luck. There's a stairway down here. Leads to nothing. Yeah, cool tidbit of information is this is actually a game made by the individual who worked on... Oh. Now I feel silly. Who worked on the dungeon design for the first 3 Dragon Quest games. Just at some point he went, I could probably make a game, and he made a game. And it's a fantastic series that has unfortunately had some bumps along the road. There are a few unreleased games, and it took the franchise getting to the PlayStation 2 before it came out in the West. Yeah, it's honestly pretty cool. Like, it's very quickly turned into one of my favorite RPGs. And I do actually plan on trying to play all of the other games in the franchise on stream eventually. This is a little slower than Mystic Quest, though, so this will probably be... I don't know how many weeks it's going to take to complete, but... I don't know, well, technically I can complete it at any time. So, but yeah, we're going to try to do as much as possible, as said, like 20 or 30 minutes ago. Let's find that second town. There it is. Also, yeah, you can definitely see the overscan artifacting, because on the original Nintendo, 4-directional scrolling was not an easy thing. So you will see as I go up and down that there's some like weird color stuff going on. Also, something that's become... I will be able to show off here something that's sort of become one part meme, one part interactive event on Dino streams. Darn it! Don't. Stop it! Stop moving! Oh, your tools for humans. I don't need the work gloves, or actually I should have saved those because I'm getting another another character in this town, but too late. Well, what tools do you sell? Healing capsule, blaze bottle, pencil missile, antidote. Oh. There was more there that I did not see. Ah, repair kit and smoke screen. Pensile missile. For a moment that looked like just pencil. There is an E at the end of it. Stock! But yeah, something that is, like I said, become a bit of a meme, and we will go experience it now because we can. There are these machines over here. I lost again. Screw this thing. Barkeep, I need booze. And make me a backdrop. The frog races. Sure, let's bet 100. Oh goodness, they're all 2x odds, so this is basically a 1 in 3 chance. Also, silly little music. But yeah, he managed to make a script or a program that allows channel point based frog races, and it's honestly kind of awesome. Nope. Oh, okay. Yay, I ended up making a little bit of money. If I was a hunter, I'd probably go after every bounty I found. I'd kill all the most wanted monsters, and hog all the glory for myself. Ha 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 ha! It's every man's dream to create the strongest tank in the world. He's not wrong. What a load of crap. Freaking frogs. Hey, I just won. I don't know what your problem is, buddy. It's a long bridge east of here. On the other side is an old factory. Rumor is you can find a vehicle in there. Good to know. Do you have the tank device called the dog system? No. It's very convenient. Just activate it to travel to a town you've previously visited. The best part is it never wears out. You can use it as much as you want. Also, yes, not only is this an early example of an open world game, this is an example of an open world game with fast travel. Made in 1991. You're looking for new parts for your tank? You've come to the right place. What do you sell? I don't think I can afford any of it, but we will find out. I can, actually. Beetle engine. Fuji. And then HAL 900. I don't remember what my tank starts with. Let's find out. I actually start with most of this stuff. I could use the better engine though. 45mm gun, 7mm machine gun. So I could buy better equipment. However, the first thing that I wish to buy is that dog system. 350 gold. So now I basically have anywhere in the world fast travel. Now let's buy new equipment. So I had the 45mm. That means I could buy 55mm. Yes, I'll be overweight. That's fine. And then let's see how much the Fuji engine is. Let's get that. Then I want the 9mm machine gun. This is all okay because I'm about to swap out all of my tank equipment. There's the 55mm gun. There's the new engine. And there's the 9mm machine gun. So now, my tank no longer overweight. I will hold on to... I don't need to hold on to the machine gun because the next vehicle that I'll get won't be able to have a main gun. And will come with that machine gun, I believe. Let's sell 7mm. Sell the Beetle. And sell the 45mm gun. There's a bunch of my equipment back, or a bunch of my money back. Now I need to go ammo back up and get more armor. There's much more to do in this town, though, so... Oh, already fully loaded. Cool. $34 gold to recover all of my, HP. SP. And then somewhere I'm able to buy special shells, I believe. I believe it's this person down here. Come back! Please come forward. I would like to speak to you. Thank you. Variety of shells for sale. Buy something already. I would like to buy special shells. I would like to buy. Can I buy? That's 125. $8. And then let's buy armor piercing. $240. Cool. I have just enough. Want to rent a tank? Go to the middle counter. To return a rental, go to the rightmost counter. Metal tanks are ideal for traveling comfortably. We don't need that just this second. We will in a minute, though. Let's go talk to people first. Oh yeah, the school. Excuse me, I know this is very sudden, but would you make a donation to save our school? Yes. Here, have 40 gold. You actually would? Oh, God be praised. Thank you. We'll never give up hope. It's always like that. There's no point in talking about that stuff if you ask me. In fact, there's probably why we rarely get any new students, and why I get paid so little. Well, I just gave 40G, so, you know. Common theory is that it was our civilization that caused mankind's downfall. Was that really the case? It was neither civilization nor science nor technology that caused our downfall. Our unending desire to expand and consume. Real culprit behind mankind's downfall was simply our own foolishness. Isn't that how it usually goes? There's some weird device inside. Apparently it can take you to other towns, but I've never been anywhere else. Where am I supposed to go? Transfer device is more secure than ever. There won't be any more terrible incidents. Travel any distance with the transfer device. Oh, they all say the same thing. But yes, that red sign indicates that this was not always a safe decision. And here I went into it without a second thought. Oh, the bounty place. Welcome to the hunter's office. Ask for intel. Current wanted, El Piranha, has made turf over the bridge to the east. Hey, are you a hunter? Ever heard of this guy called Kronos? He's a cool dude. He defeated the Gorilla Clan. Never heard of him. $3,000 gold. That Kronos guy probably sounds like quite a bit of a doofus, if you ask me. Wealthy couple lives in this town. Apparently their son often talks about leaving. Keep working in the fields, even barren lands will someday bear fruit. You're actually very poor, aren't you? No. Really now? Sorry, you don't really give off that rich vibe. Actually, in this particular case, he's not wrong because I believe I have like 4 gold. Young master has always shown interest in machinery since his early childhood. He would have loved to work at that repair shop. Master said it would ruin their good name, so he wouldn't allow him to do that. I don't know, game is pretty ambitious for 1991 and having never been, well, whether it was released overseas doesn't really matter, but yeah, pretty ambitious for a 1991 game. Often visits the old man on the town's outskirts. Also, we've got some more good music. This is the young master's room. Just between you and me, he and the master are on very bad terms recently. Rich people have problems too. Oh, it's another EXP to next level terminal. Neat. Found a repair kit. Oh yeah! I forgot that the name for that accompanies Kronos for the repairman character is Indy. Serve me some tea, would you? Oh dear, I mistook you as one of our servants. Pardon? No. Let's go find the old man on the town's outskirts. I think that's to the south? Yup. And no, I will not be doing an Ojo-sama laugh. There's a monster hunter in a tank when you need one. I just want to travel the world as a mechanic. Is it so much to ask? I mean, you just spoke to one and you just ran by. Grandpa has been a trader for so long that he can't fall asleep unless he's in a tent. Oh yeah, the tent in the bedroom. Looking for Indy? Yes. You just passed each other. Indy went outside as you came in. Fair enough. You come to listen to Grandpa's stories? Yes. He's in that tent. Let's go get our second party member. Well, nope. I guess he is up in his room. I can't remember. Yep. Nope. I have forgotten. Are you one of my son's friends, perhaps? Yes. Just so you know, my son and I get along very well. No, you don't. Actually, thinking about it, there's a lot of familial troubles in this game. First, you get kicked out by your father. And this guy and his parents. Never really thought about that. I seem to have missed a flag. And I hear children being noisy outside, but it's nice weather, so, you know. Ah, there it is. Wow, it's a tank. It's so cool. Excuse you. Does this tank belong to you? Yes. My name's Indy. I want to become a mechanic and travel around the world. Please, let me join you. I'll definitely be of a lot of help, honest. Pretty please? Yes. There we go. Next party, or second party member. Also, hilarious little side note. You know, there are people out there that when they start RPGs, they type in just like all A's for their name or whatever. What makes me laugh is this game, even though this is an English translation, it also worked in the Japanese one, or version. If you don't care, neither does it. It will name Indy all B's, and the next party member all C's. Game's just like, if you don't care, then neither do we. Oh, that's where the opening here goes. Planning on a long journey? Then you'll definitely need to partner up with a mechanic. Huh? Me? No way, I don't have a death wish. Also, yes, we are in a tank. The other person is, Indy is walking behind us. We will solve this problem. Though, unfortunately, while we have a rental tank, our, money gets cut in half. So we rent a buggy. Now, at least until we get rid of it, any gold that we earn gets cut in half because the rental place is taking their cut. Also, apparently these vehicles have some kind of an auto guidance thing because at least the rentals do. Oh, okay. I was going to say because if the vehicle gets damaged, like if any part gets critically damaged, the buggy will just, oh hell. Run? I didn't realize that it had no armor points. I completely forgot. Let's just get out. Running is not guaranteed, but thankfully you can basically run from everything, even boss fights. Let's get the buggy fixed up. I don't have enough gold to fill it up. Okay, I have a solution to this. There. It now has 40 HP. It's not very much, but it's better than nothing while we earn up enough gold to fully repair it. I've made a mistake. Rather amusing. Oh, it only rammed us. That's good. Oh yeah, also, the game distributes EXP in such a way that your lower level teammates end up getting more. 19 gold, not nearly enough. Traitor killers. Rent 1 took 10 damage. Dealing quite a bit of damage to the buggy. Thankfully, we just got 45 gold. That could have been 90 had I not had had the rental. Yeah, you'll see Indy there just gained 2 levels. But that's handy. Also, I have a lot of HP at the moment. Dang. $25 gold to repair the vehicles. How much will it cost to recover my ammo? 25 gold. How much HP does the buggy have? 245. That's not terrible. Also, yeah, you cannot change the rental vehicles equipment either, so. Yeah, we should be good to fight the El Piranha. And his fish buddies. Or we could get a Tanctopus. Yes, that is an octopus with a gun mouth. How much gold was that? 22. Two tank to pie. Oh yeah, over here's the factory. Called for allies. Uh-oh. I didn't know they could self-destruct. Attack, but it was out of fuel. Valence and bat systems. Thankfully, these things don't deal that much damage. Also, yeah, anybody hanging out? If you'd like to say hi, you know. Fine if you lurk, fine if you talk. Part of the reason why I'm playing RPGs on Sundays is so that I can pay a little bit better attention to the chat. Currently going through this factory because there is a buggy in here. That way I won't need the rental anymore. I forget, can the surveillance system summon more enemies? Let's find out. Oh, yep. I didn't think about that. Made Indy waste his turn. Guy goes, turns on the belt, and then stands on it to show you that you can stand on the belt and it'll pull you along. Unfortunately, though, we cannot do that while we are in our tanks. You can move even without walking. Just step on a conveyor belt. Tanks can't use them, though. Yep. We will use a rocket firework. Indy will just defend. Oh. Oh yeah, I never did get into healed up. Were you sent by the Nature Conservation Group? No. Ooh, don't scare me like that. Feel free to dump your garbage into the sea, like I do. Well, that's what happens if I say yes. Good day, sir. Of course, I follow every rule to the letter. I would never dump garbage into the sea. Never ever. Let's try to run. Otic waves. Well, I'm dead. Yep, I cannot run. Dang it. And yep, we're back here again. Wait a minute. Oh! Okay. So I guess his body is where we died? I've never actually lost a party member like that before. Crap. Well, that's a problem. So do I have to... Huh. I've never had that happen before, so now I gotta see what like... I guess his body would be where we died. Oh, well, we get the good overworld music. Well, the better overworld music. Oh! That's a lot of HP. Oh, gosh. Lucky I didn't die again. I keep on forgetting to deposit that old coin. Oh, you're going to demo the conveyor belt again for me? Wait a minute. I feel just a little dumb. So wait a minute. Is he back where I initially got him? Huh. I've never actually had this happen, so I'm not sure what to do to fix. Yes, tow the rental tank. Vehicle. No point in fighting. Go get Indy back. No? I will roam around on the bridge once I have Indy back with me. Oh. My way was blocked, huh? My ammo. Store armor tiles. And let's see if Indy is back at his house or something. No, he is not. I have made a mistake. What happens when you lose a party member? Oh. Huh. Okay. That wasn't quite what I was expecting. Just pull his body behind the tank. That's kind of what. Oh well, let's head back to Fiorado so that I can get him revived. Corpses cannot ride vehicles. That's okay. He doesn't need to ride a vehicle. He needs to get zapped back into to consciousness. Newly deceased. Perfect material for my experiment. Oh, it actually worked! Funny thing is as I recall, that can actually fail, and he'll zap him like a random number of times until he does eventually get up. Like, there's no actual consequence for it failing. It's just sort of one of those cases of, wait a minute, there was a tent there. Welcome to Rent-A-Tank. Oh, kinda cool. I didn't know that that was a thing that you could do once you had a tank. We're going to collect it back on our own. Is that okay? Yes. Neat. So what do you have? Oh, you just have the buggy too. We are traders wandering this wasteland to peddle our wares. What's my money look like? 64. So I should not have returned the tank, but oh well. Oh, wait. While I'm here, deposit the old coin. Because I nearly forgot again. Human inventory. Old coin. Also, Indy, what equipment do you have on your person? A baseball cap and denim overalls. You actually have no weapon. I shouldn't have sold that equipment. Gosh darn it. A mistake has been made. Oh well, there's no real failure state, so can just work back to Pobre Obra and encounter some enemies here to make a little bit of money. I forgot to recover the tank again. Or the vehicle. Every time it takes damage, there's a chance that it's going to just sort of nope out. You can hide in your shell. 32 42 gold. There we go. I can recover its armor now. Yay for making mistakes and nearly losing the rental tank. Need more supplies? Yes. I should have saved too. Oh well. Let's go fight some fish. Actually, no. Let's go get the buggy first. We'll fight the fish if we encounter the fish. Darn it. Attack the tanktopus. He can attack the gas can. That's better. Yeah, the factory over here is where we will go to get another a vehicle of our own instead of this rental. Oh, I gotta watch you do this again? Yes, I know about the conveyor belt. Thank you. I was gonna say, there's not really a whole lot of reason for me to use it. Except now I have to. Walk through the flowers here. I forget, what do you say? I love flowers. They're so nice and relaxing. Hey, you bastard! Don't step on my flowers! Though thinking about it, I guess I do mention, wait. What's wrong with the men here? They're also obsessed with flowers. Flowers, that's so utterly... Oh, the president is out there on the balcony. What? You say you want my vehicle? It's an important memento from my youth, you see. Do you need it that badly? Yes. Let me ask my flowers. Give it, not, give it. Give it, not, give it, not. Wow, this goes for a while. What? Give it? The flowers have spoken. Please take good care of my old pal. So yes, now I will have access to... Do I talk to you again? Nope. Oh, I guess I come up a different way. Oh, this isn't the one that summons new enemies when it detects, enemies. Oh, heck. Can we run? No. Don't have any tools that I can make use of here, so... Wait, I think I have in my tools a hand grenade. Let's see if that does anything useful. 10 HP, 13 HP. So no, not terribly useful here. I was gonna, please just keep on trying to lift and drop. That would make me much happier. You're not equipped for this. I don't think we can run, though, is the problem. I don't think I'm going to be able to heal him. Oh, I can only heal myself. Well, that's a problem. Oh good, I got rid of one of them. I got rid of both of them. Now they're not really going to be able to do anything, so... Hooray! Somehow survived. Corpses cannot ride vehicles. So we now have a buggy of our own. This was intended to be Indy's, but he's a little dead at the moment. So we'll have to solve that problem. Now we need to go back and get our tank, because that's what actually has the dog system. Oh, you're gonna do this again? You really enjoy riding that conveyor belt, don't you? I mean, I guess on one hand, I don't blame you. On the other hand, stop it. Here's what I wonder. Can I tow multiple vehicles? No. So I'll just have them pick up their own dang vehicle. Also, poor Indy's body's just in between these two vehicles, I guess riding on the tow line. Oh well, at least we've got Dr. Mortem here to solve the problem. Nope, I have no more corpses for you. Off we go. I mean, at least it's a free service. There we go. Now he's got a buggy of his own. Go back to the Mosquito, use the dog system. And what is the buggy's status? Anyway. 40 out of 420. It had Gatling gun. I forgot about that. So before we do anything, let's actually go and trade in that, or have that rental picked up. Oh, you're the shell seller. Good day, are you here to return your tanks? Yes. There we go. So now, I believe I'm not renting anything else. Ah, you don't have any rentals. Nice. So yeah, now we get full gold from encounters. Now let's go hunt us a fish once I repair up my tanks. Also, the Gatling gun has the very nice feature of being able to attack entire enemy groups, meaning soft targets are going to be much easier to defeat. So let's wander the bridge. Find a single tanctopus. Use our subgun against it, because we don't need to waste tank shells here. Wander the bridge just a little bit. There we go. Also, have that amazing music again. I will use my main gun against El Piranha. And then Gatling against the Frogmen. You can apparently dive underwater to recover HP. I've never seen that before. No, don't attack the frogmen. I figure I can focus fire on the boss while the sub-enemies... oh, they can completely heal by going underwater. That's not what I meant to do. I am having menuing fails. There we go, there's 3 down. Way fewer attacks to deal with now. One thing that's actually kind of neat is the music has stayed fairly consistent throughout the series, so you've still got this awesome boss theme. Even in the newer games. Oh, they're dealing a chunk of damage to the buggy. There we go. El Piranha has been defeated. And so have the frogmen. 280 experience, 329 gold. I level up, and Indy will probably get multiple. Or not. It's okay to be wrong sometimes. Oh, that's a lot of, enemies. One-shotter. The one-shotter, it does what it says on the tin. It only can fire one shot. The big... Oh yeah, I already spoke to the that character, but let's go to... Where is the hunters? Station. Oh, here it is. El Piranha's bounty was 3,000 gold. Yes, I will claim it. Now that that's done, one other thing that I can do here, I believe. Nope, this is the school again. Let's give them a little more. Can I give you another 60? I know once you've done enough for this town, something happens. The weapons and armor. Well, we need to, kit out, Indy anyway. He can have the boomerang knife. I will take the leather gloves. I will take the heeled boots. Get the camo clothes and give that to Indy. Change equipment. There we go. Now we can sell his denim overalls. And then I can get the hats. Camo hat. Both myself and Indy. And then the knife is for me. There we go. We have effectively inventory managed our way to better gear. Now let's sell off all the old stuff since inventory space is very limited. Oh, I don't... Yeah, the shotgun. That's what it is. Talk to Indy. Sell off the baseball cap. There we go. Now, let's go find a vending machine so that we can get, equipment. Could always do another frog race. No, I'm kidding. Person laughing. Other person laughing. And you heal status effects. It's so cramped in here. I hate being poor. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. I wonder. Didn't he come back to us? We can be a happy family again like we've always been. Yo. I wonder. Nothing to be found. Darn. Servants like him. Nobody, or his parents don't, though. Then again, from the sounds of it, most characters' parents in this don't like their kids. Keep working. Oh yeah, already spoken to you too. So what I'm actually trying to find is there's basically a character that once you've done a bunch for this town is like, we're gonna build a statue in your name. Kind of a neat touch. I just can't remember. Cannot remember where that happens. I wonder. Wait. I just gave you 1,000. I didn't know that. That's funny though. I gave them 100 and they're like, I can't take that much. I give them 1,000 and they're like, yes, I'll take it. I wonder. Just all in now. So the game only checks the hundreds digit. That is funny. Wait, what? Okay, that's just funny. I did not expect that. Oh, there it is! I just think this is hilarious. Kronos the Great. We have done everything that there is to do in this town. Off we go. Actually, no, not quite. I need to earn a little bit more money so that I can, improve the engine of the, other tank. Or not the tank, the buggy. Well, I threw a whole bunch of money at him and got a statue for it. I'm okay with this. So yes, at some point we're going to have to go over this bridge up here to the north, and it's going to be painful. Golden Ant. If we can hit this, that would be great. There's 210 gold right then and there. Because, yeah, the moment you go all the way up this bridge, things get bad. Trader Killer. And he leveled up. Tank cannot go through the trees. Drill worms. There's another 14. Smog flowers. Uh-oh. Don't think I got poisoned from that. Thankfully. I believe there was a chance that I could have been poisoned from that, but I was not, so we're good. I thought there was an area to the south with a bunch of trees that I could walk through. Or a trader's camp or something. Yeah, there it is. There's also this little area over here. You can replenish your shells here. Aww. Rigged. No. Welcome to our inn. I will just use the low quality. The only difference between a low quality and a high quality room is the jingle. Monkey Swirl and Salty Ethel. Been told there's a secret trader campsite nearby. Oh yeah, this is the good stuff. After a long journey, nothing's better than sneaking out of the camp and drinking some booze. I didn't mean to leave my vehicles. I will have to get out of them for the trader camp, but yeah, there are lots of little suspicious areas like this where you can get to like hidden camps and stuff like that. Weapons and armor are sold here. Geronimo's axe. I do believe I have visited areas out of order. This is one of our secret trader camps. You hunters are always welcome. You guys are our best customers. We are traders wandering this wasteland to peddle our wares. I know someone who said that exact thing. Step right up, step right up. We have a good selection of tools for humans. Red banana. Oh yes, you can also buy a game kit for like 50,000. That's not a reference to anything. You're imagining things. Get some healing capsules. You never know when your characters are going to need to heal. But yeah, I find the little references like that amusing too. What's this character have? You were a hunter? Not exactly how I'd picture one. There's a large town beyond the mountains east from here. You might be able to find some new jobs there. Already did, thank you. And that's all there is to experience here, so out we go. Head into the mosquito and the buggy. Run into a fight. $45G. Oh, there are the trees. Must get out of my vehicles to go through these. This is where our lost son lived a long time ago. We've discarded everything to live here, away from society, but we couldn't throw away the memories. Hey there, Hunter. Did you lose your way while chasing a monster? I'm not making fun of you. That's actually how I ended up here myself. Well, keep up the good work. Do not believe you can pet the dog. You can speak to the dog, though. Nothing up here. And there's not any point to going that way. What's further south? Oh, it just comes out over on the other side. Ooh, golden ant. Hopefully we can, get a little money out of it. Dodge the attack. I believe there's a chance of it running. There's another 210 gold. I can get that engine. I believe I need to get that engine anyway. Let me check the stats. Oh, it's got an upgraded beetle. And this here is why the Gatling gun is effective. I will attack one of them. Andy will attack the other. And basically just clear out the rest of them. Or trader killers, which are worth a good amount of money. $90 gold. Go repair and restock. Let's check something. Ah, come back. Do I hold A? Yes. It weighs 0.3 tons, has a defense of 24. What am I doing? We are going to look at the Fuji engine. Capacity is 12 tons. When I check in the capacity of the other engine in any of these. Oh, my engine's damaged. I didn't. Oh, that was that explosion sound earlier. That was my tank's engine being damaged. Well. $60 gold to fix it. Also, looking at the vehicle HPs, we're about equal, so I don't know if I really need to necessarily upgrade. Or really how much of an upgrade it even is. Let me look at something here. Yeah, that may already be an upgrade. Now let's try it. Let's go to equip. Buggy. Gives them more defense anyway, so... Nope, we can move, so that actually did increase its maximum capacity. Cool. $260, so Sell it off and he's so generous. Now. I disagree, sir. Go repair. Now it has 630 health. That should actually be really good against the tanks. Or not the tanks, the cannons. I do, however, need to save, just to be safe. This is not where I save. Where's this? Save room must have been to the south. I'll just walk through the bar. Oh yeah, it's the person icon. Or not, that's equipment. Gosh darn it! That's teleport. And that's the school. Save person just in the, garage? Am I misremembering that badly? Yes, yes I am. Wow. Okay, let's go up, deal with those cannons. I wonder if I will be able to disable them with the armor-piercing shells. Okay, I did restock on ammo too, so that's good. Yay, I remembered. Head north. This is where things are gonna hurt too, because yeah, the moment I finish crossing this bridge, I'm gonna start getting shelled. There we go. How much damage did we take? Oh. Oh. Well, that's a problem. Yes! We have, disabled one of the guns. The 9mm machine gun was broken. Well, let's keep on using armor-piercing shells. Maybe we can disable them entirely. The answer to that may have been yes. Okay, no, one of them still has... Nope. And the chassis has been damaged. That's a problem. Good to know that that's still, functioning. I mean, it would be wonderful to, be able to disable that. Oh, I don't have the ability to do that. Neither do you. You actually have to get out of the vehicle to use the repair kit. I forgot. So I really need to keep on hitting these with armor-piercing shells to disable them. That would be good. Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. Well, it's only damaged. It's not broken. Good grief. No violent shock, thank you. Oh, the explosive shells are not very effective here. Good to know. There we go. I think I've completely disabled them. Nope. The moment I say that, it fires one of its rockets at me. Oh, its Gatling gun is broken. He's got to get out of the vehicle. That's his only option. Oh, that's red bandana. I don't know how to read, apparently. There's one! Oh, those are sort of a poor man's gas mask. Well, there we go, finally. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Only 2 gold out of that. And lots of levels. Because that is one difficult boss. Now let's get back to... Oh, dog system. Of course, repairing is going to be... Wait, can't I talk to my character's father for free? Let's find out. Person, please move. Don't get too fully shift just because you've got yourself a vehicle. Wow, let me have a look. Geez, this looks bad. What do you want fixed? Everything. That's gonna cost 317 gold. You gonna pay or what? Yes. Just so you know, I gave you a special price. There, all done. Now get the hell out of here, you ungrateful bastard. Wow! I've never actually seen that dialogue before. What kind of money do I have left? 393. I do need to repair the vehicles. The tiles. And ammo. $108G. Goodness. Now use the dog system to go back. That's not the dog system. That's getting out of the vehicles entirely. So yeah, now the cannons are out of the way. We can actually go back north in peace. Once we get to the next town, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We've been here for 5 hours now. Plan on going for 3 more, but, you know, it would be good to get up, move, stretch. Give everybody time to get a drink, do whatever they need to do. Trolling wasps. Oh, these are the ones that summon enemies. Gunpopotamus. That is one of my favorite enemies, just because of how freaking silly it is. Yes, let's create a hippo with a giant freaking cannon coming out of its mouth. I don't know, that enemy just makes me laugh just because of its design. Yeah, no more guns firing on us. Hooray! And then I think... I thought I remember there being a hole that you could go through behind the cannons, but I can't remember. Oh well. probably switch to the be right back screen during a battle, so we've got some good music to listen to while I get up and stretch. What? You destroyed the giant cannons on your way here? What have you done? Those cannons were there to keep the monsters from the next island in check. Long ago, monsters kept coming this way only to be stopped by the cannons. I wonder if there's some kind of secret layer that they kept coming out of. Well, maybe your cannons shouldn't have been firing on us. We're not monsters. No, I mean the adventurous tune could also work as a good be right back, but oh, acid. I actually forgot. That's sort of the game's equivalent to tank poison. It will eat away at your tank's armor until, or just like a poison effect in any other RPG. Means I should have brought alkali wax with me. Craptillery! This game's enemies are silly. Because it does a decent amount of damage, that's for sure. Tensile missile among the remains. Next town is north from here, but there is a house down here. Go east and you'll reach Port Slum. Beware though, that place has a very bad reputation. Head north and you'll reach the town of Audrey. This is Isaac Spring, the trader's base camp. I can't remember. Can you go in here without the tanks? Nope. Yeah, they weren't kidding. Here is the next town. And yeah, actually this is pretty good music, so yeah, give me about 5 minutes and then I will be back and we can continue. Once I find the mouse pointer. Oh, the chat reset. Or resets on this screen. That's interesting. Okay, I will be back in a moment. Okay, I am back and ready to continue. And not a moment too soon. Didn't notice at the time, or didn't realize I was cutting it that close. That's okay though. So yeah, made it to this town. I believe this is where we can actually start upgrading our tanks if we've got the money. Hello there, this is Audrey. All travelers are welcome. Here to shop, you'll have to go all the way around. What's this person by the tire say? Are you here to see Caesar? No. Scram, don't make me kick you out. Fair enough. Ever heard of this place called Port Slum? You didn't hear this from me, but Caesar sent some of his men to look for something in there. I have no idea what it is, though. Caesar was the name of an ancient king or something. Yes, this is post-apocalypse Earth. Tools for humans. What do you have? Gas mask. And mine detector. Each of us should have a gas mask. And I believe this character is... Oh, weapons and armor. Okay. So yeah, we can start to get better equipment. The SMG Uzi is the next target. Wait a minute, I think this is actually where we get our next party member too. Have you been to the other buildings? Audrey is split among multiple buildings spread along the road. You get used to it. Then once we have a tank, our third character gets, or another tank, our third character gets the buggy because they're actually much more effective out of their vehicle. Looking for parts for your tank? You've come to the right place. What do you sell? 80mm spark. Yeah, we start getting into the spicy, expensive stuff. I would, however, like a Gatling gun for my tank. And I believe that's an SE? Yes. However, I cannot afford any of this stuff, so... I mean, we'll just have to be back. In the meantime, though... In that way, bar down here. Soldiers are a crazy bunch, if you ask me. They're as good as using they're so good at using weapons, they don't even need to ride a tank to fight monsters. Those nasty soldiers come here all the time. Just look at them, hogging all the seats at the bar. I hate them so much. To the fiery-headed lady drinking at the counter, they say she is one of the best soldiers around, but she won't give you the time of the day unless you're strong enough for her tastes. Also, yes, all of the bar seats are full. Also, here's a control panel. for the teleporter. Ah, yes. The name chosen for the game by the game for my third party member is Jane. Get a drink, kiddo? Yes. Too bad, because the barkeep only serves the counter. I know a little trick to free up the seats. Want to see it? Sure. Hey, you drunkards, listen up. This kid here says he's never seen so many pieces of crap together. You know what I told him? I told him someone must have left the toilet lid open. What? You trying to pick a fight with us? Wow, I'm surprised you could figure it out. What with having no brain and all. Bring it on. We'll kick your asses out of the bar. Let's rough them up, guys. Yes, there are 7 of these. And it doesn't actually matter because this gets interrupted, as I recall. Oh, I wonder... Interesting. I will have to look up why the chat gets clobbered in the stream elements overlays. At least I don't remember us having to actually finish this fight. I guess we do? Nope, there we go. What, is that all? They acted so tough and that's all they got? Freaking losers couldn't even entertain me for a few minutes. And of course, here comes Red Wolf. I don't mind a bit of noise, but I hate annoying little dogs like you. Go outside if you have to bark so loudly. And then he drags us out. He did not just do that. I'm gonna tear him a new one. No, this does not go well for you. What are you waiting for? Come on, get ready. Stop bothering me. Yup. You bark well, I'll give you that. But you'll never find a good owner unless you learn to bite, pup. Ah, that bastard! You're Kurnos or something, right? I'm coming with you. I need to fight. Fight and get stronger. And then I'm going to sink my fist through Red Wolf's skull. Come on, let me join you. Basically begging you. Yes. Oh yeah, my name's Jane, by the way. Let's get this party started. Yay, I now have a soldier on my team. Eek! Violence is bad! That guy, I think he was looking for someone. While we're here, a Romero special. I will drink it. I think you'd order a glass of milk or something. Bottoms up, kiddo. Curtis gulped down the Romero special. Curtis felt somewhat better. He asked me about Caesar. Apparently he wasn't the man... he wasn't the man he was looking for. That was him, the infamous Red Wolf. Welcome to our inn. They only have low-quality rooms. Do not need. If I can't drink anymore. And yeah, the funny thing is they're not even joking. Like, your third party member here is, pretty powerful. Only starts with a crossbow, though, so we're gonna have to solve that. Oh! Interesting. So level 5, level 11, and level 11. So she will catch up quickly. We do, however, need to get some money to get her a weapon. Drop her kiwis! I believe these things can drop healing capsules. And yeah, they can heal each other. $60 EXP, 140 gold. So I guess she will be the one to get the Uzi when the time comes. I forget how much the Uzi costs, though. Also, just to speed up grinding for money, animation's off. Thankfully, that can be done to speed things up a bit. She is not level 6. But yes, unfortunately, she is our least effective character in a tank. No? Let's go up and see what kind of money we needed too. 697, I think it's 720. Yep, 720. What can we sell? Nothing. Do you have anything to sell? Nope. Well, actually, these red bandanas. I did not carry any of those, so... She starts with 2 blaze bottles. Sell one of those. Perfect. Yes, anything else I will now buy. Her the Uzi. Actually, I wonder if I can give her my knife. Nah, she's the one that should be on foot anyway. Oh, equip it. There we go. Gunboat. Very quickly defeated. Let's run into another encounter. And I guess after that we will go talk to Caesar so that we can find out what it is we're supposed to be doing next. Oh, she's not dealing very much damage here. Also, I forgot I turned off animations. Okay, let's go in here. Get the tank fixed up. Oh, you're the hunter's office. No, no intel. We've already got the Gorilla Clan, and this is probably El Piranha. Yep. So there are no new jobs for us here. Ah, yes, this is where you can actually get, like, upgrades and stuff. First, though, need to fix the tanks up. Variety of shells. I need more armor piercing, but I do not have the money for it. Are you here to mod your vehicles? Yes, the modder is just down that slope. You upgrade your engine, you can carry heavier weights, which means stronger weapons. Not only that, you can also carry more armor tiles. It's a win-win. How much would it cost? $490. I don't have that kind of money. What's this character have to say? Oh, vehicle repair. Nothing needs fixed. I forget what's up this staircase. Let's go find out. A group of soldiers is occupying the pub in one of the nearby buildings. Well, not really anymore. Hunters and soldiers aren't that different. They're both violent and greedy. Hey now. Found an extinguisher. An unparalyzer. Nice. Okay, so that's just a little house area. Okay, let's go talk to Caesar and find out our next objective. Also, when I was doing some testing on this, I thought I had remembered hearing that there was a fixed value per playthrough on getting the tank. But, or the tank in Port Slum. But it turns out it may be random per time you request. Also, yeah, we have a mob boss here. Born in Port Slum, but look at me now, I'm the top dog here. You know why? 'Cause I'm strong. In our world, might makes right, and I'm proof of it. That hunter, Wolf, was asking about me. He's certainly a tough man, but he doesn't know how to use that strength for his own good. That makes him an idiot in my book. You have anything to sell? Oh, okay, so this is a place where I can sell stuff. That's cool. What's on the top floor? Not really anything. Wait, did her barrier break? Nope, it did not. Unfortunately, barriers are sort of disposable defensive items. And yeah, there we go. She can, with the Uzi, do group attacks. And Indy has obtained a healing capsule. Yeah, everybody's mentioning go to Port Slum. But that's exactly what we'll do. And here it is. This ramshackle place. Kind of been destroyed. Benno Catter cannon. And then down here, I believe, is where the tank for sale is. I do not have nearly enough, though. Yep, here it is. Just look at this tank. What a beauty, eh? I can sell it to you if you're so inclined. Yes, now we're talking. So what's your best offer? Well, I only have 583. You kidding me? This ain't a toy, pal. It's a tank. It's a tank. Come back when you're ready to talk real business. Yeah. I came here after hearing a guy about selling an awesome tank. It is amazing, but it's way too expensive. Maybe one day we will have that tank. Hell, I don't even think this stream will have that tank. I've got some good drugs here. Want to buy something? Yeah. Suit yourself. You hunt or a soldier long enough and you're bound to get addicted to these healing drugs. Oh, so it's stuff like healing capsules. That's interesting. I did not realize in the game's lore that your healing items are addictive substances. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Okay, this puzzle area. Trying to remember how this works. Door is locked. Oh, I can't do this yet. Slugger. Swung its crane. Buggy took 32 damage. Gitter took 11. Jane leveled up. Strength 4, Wisdom 2, Speed 2, Vitality 3, Battle Skill. Yeah. Stop reading those out. The stat ups out loud. That's not necessary. .85mm auto artillery. I mean, some of the vehicles look completely normal, and some of the things in this just look kind of crazy, and it's kind of great. Like the gun hippopotamus. That enemy will never not amuse me. So I need to go back up. The item that I'm actually here for, burner hoppers. Guessing those things are flame enemies. $183 gold. Bird. Weird bird with a syringe attached to, or syringe with wings. Jane has recovered 98 health. The place I think it is? Yes. DNA blob. These guys can multiply, as I recall. Yup. These things are very dangerous. I believe we should be able to destroy them all. They're running. This is a very long fight, though. Just because they keep on splitting. 450 experience and 180 gold. I'll take it. I'd say that's pretty worth it. Game is so strange, though. Uh-oh. I don't know how to recover acid. I don't think I have any items to do it. I mean, I can at least use a healing capsule to heal. Yeah, that's an issue. Also, lots of flashing. Now let's use the dog system and get back to a town. Oh, it was across the street that I need to be. But we're not taking any chances. We're just running. Nope, this is the tank one. I was at the right building after all. So is the healer guy up here? Yep. Oh, you're not paralysis. That doesn't help. You know about that Caesar guy? What a jerk. He thinks he's the king of the world just because he's got the money to pay a bunch of hooligans to guard him. Is it just an in-stay to heal then? Nope. I need to find an item in the shops to get rid of acid. Also, amusing thing, if you stay in the low quality rooms, there's a chance that a mosquito will bite one of your characters, and if it does, that character loses 1 HP. So if you're one of those people that's particular about, you know, the whole HP thing, congratulations. Let's see if an antidote does it. I would imagine not, because it's acid, not poison. Oh, okay, it is antidote. So we need to buy antidotes. Good to know. Well, let's have Jane hold on to him. Because we're going to have to deal with those amoebae again anyhow. There we go. Yay, no more flashy screen. Frogman from before. Oh, hey, there's another building down here. Wonder what's in here. Ah! Can we defeat the Inocu bird? Yes, we can defeat it on foot. Cool. Giant ant. Yeah, I was gonna say, if it were Amiibe again, then I'd be running. Oh, heck. Run. I did not know that those could show up here. Wrong item. Oh, nothing. The store is locked. We're gonna check the drawers. I remember this without having to talk to the NPC. Also, yeah, this is hilarious to me. Drawer horror! Oh. I am surrounded by gas, so I need to put on my gas mask. Actually, everyone should put on their gas mask. She doesn't have a gas mask. Crap. Uh-oh. My phone is ringing. One moment. Well, shit. It's a good thing I picked up. Gonna be a moment before I continue. I need to take care of something really quick. Okay. I don't know if I'm getting any other calls right now, but I'm back. One of those cases of a bad phone call, but not exactly anything I can do. Can't drive, etc. Hey there. Sorry for the silence there. So this is Hey there. I'm Kronos. I've very recently restarted streaming. Apologies for being silent for a little while. Ended up with a bit of a nasty phone call to deal with. This is Metal Max. This is part of a series that only came to the United States in the, started out on the PlayStation 2 for us, but there had been an Famicom and Super NES game before then that both stayed in Japan. How are ya? Yeah, awesome. What's actually pretty unique about this game is it's a very early example of, well, 1991, so maybe not that early, but it's an example of a Japanese-style RPG that's open world. Like, one of the first characters that you encounter in the game, is like, what's your end goal? That's for you to decide. Like, you figure it out. And it's kind of interesting because very little of the content in the game is actually required. Like, you can leave the first area, go back, tell your belligerent father that you want to retire, and roll credits if you really want to do it. I mean, obviously you're not experiencing the game at that point, but if you want to roll credits that fast, you can. And unfortunately, I do not have very good equipment on my character or the mechanic character, Indy. And I do not have anything offhand that can deal any significant damage to it. I feel like optimally, after I heal Indy again, I should probably have both my character and Indy defend. Oh, nope, there we go. Cool. But yeah, unlike most Japanese RPGs at the time, the game doesn't tell you, like, what to do. Like, there are characters that'll tell you about interesting things nearby, but the game's not gonna send you on some grand quest to save the world. What, you killed the drawer horror already? I mean, thanks for getting rid of that thing. Please don't kill me. Here, take this key. Lock hacker is in the room next door. Tell Caesar I didn't steal that thing on purpose. I'm begging you. It just happened. I have a problem, okay? So, yeah, it's honestly quite a bit of fun, and I plan on continuing to stream it on Sundays until I basically clear as much of the content as I can. Thank you. Basically, over the past few years, I've been trying to get back a whole bunch of the systems that I had from my childhood and managed to... The only thing I'm missing at this point is a Nintendo 64 and a Sega Saturn. What am I... Oh, search is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah, this game is... It's weird, but it's so good. Like, the person who introduced it to me, a streamer who goes by Dino PLS, Dino please, he basically shared it as his favorite RPG of all time. And I started to play it, and it's like, this is actually really good. I like this. So, yeah, I just started to play it, and it's quickly become one of my favorites too, because it's honestly really creative. And it's a bit of a shame that we never actually got it here. This is a fan translation that I am playing through an EverDrive N8 on my actual NES. We need to run. That will squish us hard. Also, an interesting thing about this game is there's not really any penalty for dying. Like, your entire party can get wiped. The worst thing that happens is your vehicles, and this is where the game gets unique. Your vehicles get left where they are. But yeah, this isn't just a normal, like, on-foot RPG. This is a tank RPG. I need to warp back to the first town to heal Indy. Corpses cannot ride vehicles. Yes, this is fair. I guess we're just dragging him behind us. So yeah, we bring India here and get him revived. I need to find a picture that you'll probably get a laugh out of. So the game actually bases... I have not. I don't remember how far I've actually gotten in that game, but I have not. I'm okay with that. We can put it immediately after we finish Metal Max here. Oh wait, I need to say to heal and save. But yeah, what makes this game particularly special is that your very first goal in the game to gain access to the wider world is to find a tank. You find it in a cave, guarded by a dog with a cannon strapped to its back. You can't fight it. Someone rolls in and saves your butt, then says, I'm gonna take a look at this tank. You're like, go on home. Looks at the tank, goes, this thing is crap, but the subgun on it's not too bad. I'm gonna take that. Hey, congratulations, kid. You got yourself a new tank. And now you have a tank and you're able to talk to one of the NPCs to basically open the gate. And then the world is basically yours to explore if you can survive it. I mean, the enemies do get gradually harder as you go, so there's not a... So there is a bit of a progression. But technically speaking, if you can survive it, you can do it. No, not talk, board. So, Xenoverse, what kind of RPGs are you into? Okay, that's cool. Like, I haven't played it myself because I don't remember enough about it to remember where things are and what gains access to what. But yeah, randomizers are awesome. Yeah, I can understand that. Heck, one of the inspirations for... Ah, nice. STED. I'm not sure I've heard that that acronym though. Yeah, I can direct you once I find my mouse cursor. Ah! One moment, though. Darn it. I am grabbing something to link. If you are interested in giving this a try on your own at some point, you can get the translation patch from here. But yeah, basically the only thing that I've been told at this point is Port Slum is where an item that would be useful is. So I went there, I got the item, and now I gotta figure out what I'm doing next. Yep, that's exactly what you gotta do. Like, I'll have to look into it. I am definitely curious. Like, one of the reasons why I started streaming again is because it's an opportunity to try games that I haven't played before. Or ones that I have played and just never had the opportunity to finish. I haven't heard of those either. You are giving me quite the list of things to look into. Let's see here. I don't remember what's in this building. Actually, something that I'm kind of excited... Ah, okay. I will definitely have to take a look. Okay, DNA blobs are just do not fight. Run. I should have remembered that from last time. Something that I'm actually looking kind of forward to is I have a, sorry, train of thought. I am waiting on for a device to ship for the PlayStation that I have that'll allow me to mod it so that instead of having to worry about the disk drive failing, I can load games off of an SD card so I can take my collection and put it on that. So that means that I'll have a bunch of PlayStation RPGs I'll be able to play. I need to heal the acid. There we go. I believe this is the door that I needed the lock hacker for. Nope, we are not fighting you. And then you mentioned Chaos World. The name sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever played it. Okay, I'll definitely add those to a list of stuff that I can look up when I'm done streaming for the evening. I've still got about an hour and a half scheduled. But yeah, the schedule that I'm trying to keep is Tuesdays 5 to 10 p.m., which is sort of a focus on retro games in general. Usually something a little more action-oriented. Thursdays and Fridays, starting at 5 p.m. and ending at 10 p.m., I basically have what I call grab bag, which is if something has my curiosity, I'll take a look at it. Or, you know, just something that I feel like playing that could be on any system, even something modern like PC. And then on Sundays from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., I have basically just sort of a day dedicated to RPGs because with my eye problem, it's a little bit easier to focus on chat that way. keeps on giving me DNA blobs. This is a problem. Is this another one of those? Okay, good. How do I get to that person? Oh, that's kind of cool. So the battles are kind of automated. That actually sounds really cool. I'm definitely gonna have to give it a look. Oh, yep, there's a ladder leading down here. What does this person have to say to us? Please don't hurt me. I don't know where Yazoo is. Honest. Okay, I don't remember what significance that was. And that's all they say. Well, let's go to the top of the building. You ever wonder what kind of life people led a long time ago? Back then, they could make cities with plenty of buildings this big. How is that? How is it possible our race was almost entirely erased? Also, yes, the combat encounters, or the enemies in this, are rather entertainingly designed. Like, they had the ideas of giving some inanimate objects legs, or giving some living creatures guns. But yeah, something I think might make you laugh is the game actually bases your party member names off of the name you give your character. And, you know, one of the things that just about everybody does if they're in a hurry is just give their character name, like, all A's, or, you know, something like that. What actually made me laugh is if you name your character all A's in this game, the game just says, well, if you don't care, then neither do we, and names, the character named Indy in my party here, all B's, and the character named Jane in my party here, all C's. Or the Japanese character equivalent, because the game was originally in in Japanese. I will try to get a save set up so that I can show that next weekend. Well, so long as the stuff that I ended up getting a phone call doesn't interfere with that, actually. I just realized that. It's like, wait a minute. So I don't think I have anywhere near enough to buy the tank down here. Let me see how much money I have. $3,011. No. I'm pretty sure I'll need, like, at least 50,000. So I believe I'm done with Port Slum, so let's move on to the next area, I guess. There's one particular enemy that I'm looking for. I don't know if I'll find it in this region of the world. Also, NES encounter rates. Thankfully, these enemies aren't particularly difficult. And then, yes, like I said, like dogs with cannons strapped to them. And they also have barriers, which I've just discovered. Since I've been hitting A through the battle text awful fast. Also, something else that's kind of cool about this game, this is not the garage. That's the wrong way. Like, there are a lot of neat little touches that they implemented in this that I don't think I've ever seen a game prior to 1991 do this. So I can come on down here, talk to this character, and I can tune up the engines of my vehicles. Yes, that's perfectly fine. Also, don't piss yourself when you see its specs. It's like, okay, that's fine. Also references the Fuji S. Game has a lot of little references to things. So now that I've done that, though, taken the time to upgrade my vehicle's engines, if I go to the status, you'll notice they can have a whole lot more HP. As you upgrade their engines, you can basically carry better equipment or more armor tiles. In this case, because I will need to spend a little bit of time making money to get tank equipment. I think your tank equipment? Nope, your custom or your shells. Actually see what equipment I can get here. Nope, you're the tank rental place. Nope, don't need to rent a tank. Jane is just as effective outside of a tank as she is in. If not more so effective outside of a tank. Because I guess that's just the way the soldier character class works. Here we go, tank parts. What can I get with my 1,675? I could get a Gatling gun, an ATM missile. I will put it on my tank. Actually, do I even have the SE slot open? I do not see... Wait a minute. You can have multiple secondary guns? No, that's just not equipped. I don't think my vehicle actually has an SE slot. I think they'll tell me if I can't equip it. Let's find out real quick. First, let's sell the 9mm machine gun. And now let's go back to the buy menu. Oh, the buggy can equip it, but mine cannot. Okay, that's fair enough. There we go. Has an attack of 320, but limited ammo. Yeah, something that's kind of neat is, like, the characters will tell you about, like, locations nearby, or, you know, some troubles that a nearby place might be having. But it's up to you if you want to go there or not. Actually, since I've started streaming, thinking about it, I have cleared, well, 4 games since I finished Final Fantasy Mystic Quest today. Oh, the earthquakes. Can't remember if there's damage in my tanks or not. Scouting UFO. So we have aliens, apparently. But I can't seem to hit it. This is a problem. And it ran. Missile frog. Damage. Okay, the highway tanks are not going to, oh my! Okay, this battle is not working out. Get out of here! Wait, why am I walking back to town? Also, a very early case of a game with fast travel, as far as I know. I did not mean to go all the way back to the starting town, though. This is the wrong building. I do need to recover my tanks, since I just wasted a bunch of time and effort on enemies that I couldn't really deal with. That leads me to believe I'm not ready to be there yet. Like, the game's open world, but it'll still kick your butt if you're not paying attention. Get out of the tank, go to the inn. Only the low quality room here. That, and as much as I hate it, I guess I'm just gonna have to get a rental tank for Jane, because yeah, they deal a little too much damage to her when she's on foot. Thankfully it's free, but any money I earn gets cut in half, so there's an unfortunate side effect to that. What do they got? Oh, they have a spare mosquito. Let's do that then. And unfortunately, they start the rental tank with no armor tiles. Probably no ammo, too. Okay, no, it comes with ammo. That's a good at least. Get into a couple fights. Actually, I wonder if Caesar tells us what we should be doing next. Been a little too long. Tried this game out a little bit before, once I found out about it, but I've since forgotten most of it. Like, there are little bits and pieces that I remember, but nope, he does not have anything new to say. Good to know. Actually, something interesting that I found out. I was always confused why the EverDrive N8 cartridge can load Famicom Disk System games. Then I found out that the Famicom Disk System actually plugs into the Famicom through the cartridge port. I was like, well, that explains a lot then. Like, I had no idea. I always thought it went into, like, the expansion port. Oh yeah, there is one other unfortunate thing about this game, and that is that you cannot direct in a group of enemies which enemy to attack. And if an entire group is eliminated, the game will make other characters targeting that group with. So it's not perfect, but it's a fantastic game. And I would recommend it to just about anybody who enjoys RPGs. The Super Nintendo version has a few more quality of life features since it's a remake of this one. Unfortunately, the fan translation is a lot more vulgar. That, and besides, it's actually kind of cool to be able to experience the very first. Deal with these missile frogs again. We're doing a little bit better, though their missiles are still a nuisance. And we're not doing a whole lot of damage. I am not earning a whole lot of money because of this rental tank. The sooner I can get another vehicle, the better. It's actually kind of surprising is the game actually has a fairly wide selection of, or a fairly decent selection of vehicles. Claymore, uh-oh. I was gonna say, can they defeat the Claymore, or can, Dane defeat the Claymore in that tank? The answer is no. It dug underground, which means that there's a random chance when this battle ends that the next step I take will deal damage to my tanks. Thank goodness my two main vehicles have over 1,000 armor points. Hopefully this will be worth a good amount of money so I can get some equipment upgrades quicker. Actually, I'm barely dealing any damage at all to these. Finally! 187. Oh well, that's good. Character level ups are always a good thing. That, and let's go to this town so that I have a warp point to get back here. Welcome to Rocco. I hope you like debris and sand. Also, I find the concept of going into a tent with a tank amusing. This character can actually increase our ammunition, our defense, open up closed equipment slots, or just do nothing. So yeah, I can actually make my vehicle's more beefy, but the cost of added weight. So yeah, there's actually a fairly in-depth modding system. I figure increasing the defense would be a good idea given how much damage we're taking. Well, I'm almost out of money, so I should probably stop that. Yeah, I think one of my favorite NES games, actually, though, RPG-wise, aside from this, is Crystalis. Used to rent that all the time as a kid, and it was a really fun action RPG. And then on top of that, that particular rental store, at least before they went under, like most rental stores did, something kind of cool is the owner of it knew that I was big into video games, and, you know, people would rent games and maybe not necessarily take care of them very well. So I basically was given the unofficial job of like game tester. I'd basically start at the top of the shelf, make my way through the Nintendo games one at a time. Basically free rentals, and then yeah, it was just sort of one of those crazy things, and I think they kind of knew that they weren't renting out too many of the games at one point, because as I started to go through the shelf, when I'd go through the entire thing, I believe I was allowed to keep one. I didn't know, you know, as a kid that meant that rentals weren't, or, you know, video game rentals weren't doing as well as they maybe could have been, but because of that, I was able to experience games like Crystalis, Xanadu. Trying to think what else I played back then. Monster Party. And I don't think the owner of the place knew it at the time, but Rare made a game called Taboo, The Sixth Sense, which was actually just an NES-based tarot card reader. So that was just kind of funny. Like, as an adult, I know what that is, but as a kid, I was very confused at the game that made the cards flip over on the screen. Like, if this is a game, I don't know how it's played. Of course, when the game was initially released, it was actually in a black velvet bag and stuff like that to sort of signify this wasn't really something for kids, but I don't know. It was just kind of funny. Because it would ask you for your name, your birthday, or your birth date, and a question, and then it would do a tarot reading, or, you know, as good of one as a NES could give. Looking back on it, I think it's funny. On Tuesday, I actually plan on continuing Golden Axe Warrior for the Master System, which is sort of Sega's take on a Legend of Zelda style game. It's honestly pretty entertaining. I'm not sure if that's something that you'd be interested in or not, but figured I would say, you know, let you know just in case. I do actually have the schedule set on Twitch, so like I said, or in case, yeah, unless something goes, you know, major comes up that interferes with my ability to stream, I will be sticking to that schedule. More missile frogs. I really need to get my next vehicle so that I can stop having my gold drops cut in half. Let's go find that next vehicle. Really need to fight the missile frogs because they're currently not worth the effort, but I will anyway. EXP is EXP. Wait, am I in the right place? Yes, I think I am. I was gonna say, I hope we can defeat that before it goes underground. Those things hurt. Yep, here we are. Get everybody out of their vehicle. Unrivaled hospital consultation room. Go here into this hospital. Cannot remember if there are random encounters or not. Huh? Who the hell are you? Say, what? You're a hunter? Damn it. And he goes running. Ah! So we keep on chasing him. He's hiding in the cupboard behind us. Bring it on, rookie. I'm gonna beat you into a pulp. Also, have some awesome boss music. I'll be quiet for one loop of this music because this is good. Oh, heck. I don't think I have the equipment for this. I have made a mistake. Yeah, I don't actually have the equipment for this. Dang, that was not good. So now that I've actually had a party wipe earlier today, I know exactly what I need to do since my character starts by himself. I need to go to the warp station here. Geez, that was a bad attempt. Go to Pobra Obra. I do not know if that's actually how it's pronounced, but without looking at the katakana, I couldn't say. Talk to the corpse. Because for whatever reason, your characters or your party members end up with their bodies basically where you first find them. I don't know why that's the way it works, but it does. Now I need to go to Audrey. That's not where I meant to put. Interesting tidbit. Wait. I didn't walk through the darn teleporter. Interesting thing is this game is made by one of the developers of Dragon Quest 1 through 3, specifically the dungeon designer. He made a few, he worked on the first 3 Dragon Quest games. I guess thought to himself, I could do this too, and he did. And he's basically created a franchise that survived till this day, though it has had a couple canceled games. I think there was one for the N64 and one for the Dreamcast? I think those were the 2 anyway. Let's bring my friends back to life. Oh, it actually worked! Gee, thanks. Now here's the problem. Since my party has died, I've got to hoof it all the way back to that area. I mean, I guess I could rent a few buggies or something like that. But yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Having a party wipe is an issue. Wait, is this where I wanted to be? Oh, yep, that's just the transfer device is more secure than ever. There will not be any more terrible incidents. Funny thing is if you use this often enough, there is actually the possibility of you getting teleported somewhere you did not intend to go. So it is not foolproof. Yep, our current wanted, Mad Muscle, is using an abandoned hospital as his hideout. Yep, I know that. Is there no tank rental place here? Variety of shells for sale. That doesn't help me. Interior shop. You can redecorate your home. No. Okay, looks like this place does not have tank rental place. Unfortunate. Tools for humans. I need to get things like hand grenades and nitro beers and stuff like that, but I was hoping to be able to rent vehicles here. Let's get a couple of these. Because these items are much stronger than what we can do on our own normally. Oh, she needs a gas mask too. Shoot. Well, now we're broke. Yeah, there is no rental place here. That means we are just going to have to run. Oh well, we get the awesome on-foot overworld music. No, we don't want to deal with either of you. I believe we're about to get hit with missiles. Nope, we're good. First things first, let's get rid of that dang rental tank so that we can actually make a little bit of money to improve our equipment. I mean, unfortunately, I guess a little bit of grinding is going to be necessary. Of course, I should have known that by picking, you know, a more traditional RPG. Yes, we are returning rent 2. That way we no longer have a penalty to the money we make. Everybody can use their secondary weapon. She can just use her Uzi. Don't think it's going to matter, though. One thing that I do wish more RPGs actually had is the ability just to stand in place and hit a button to trigger an encounter. That would make going through the grind process a heck of a lot easier. Actually, since I'm into programming myself, that should be something that I implement in an RPG when I eventually make one. Make it much easier to speed up the grind. Or, you know, try to minimize the amount of grind necessary in an RPG anyway. Gas cans can call for help. Interesting. Though I do think it's kind of interesting. Not all grind is bad. Like, there are some people that genuinely enjoy the experience of number go up. So I guess there's a trade-off of finding the right balance, or giving the option to not need it. What I want to know is, how has 7 hours gone by so dang fast? It's actually interesting. How much damage the barrier produces. Trying to think of the right words there. Wait a minute, from that one town, can't I open up the main gun on the buggy? That would be useful. I don't know how much that costs though. But yeah, we'll definitely have to note down those RPGs you suggested. Give those a look and tell you my thoughts if I see you again. These guys may drop a healing item. They did not. That's okay, can fight a couple more. Unfortunately, grinding's not the most exciting thing, but at least these encounters are pretty fast. Oh yeah, check this out. This is a really cool feature. I actually forgot about this. If you go into your menu here, and you go to Adventure Data, one of the things you can do is you can see what bounties you've completed, and at what level you did it at. You can see the number of different enemy types you've defeated, but more specifically, you can actually set, because they know that, you know, you're going to need to grind to some degree to get the equipment that you need. If you want to set a number here, say I would like to get, well, let's just say 1500. Gold chime set to 1500 G. So check this out. Let me get into a couple fights here. Like, this is pretty cool. I don't know why more games haven't done it. There's 48 gold. Not even gonna look at my gold total. There's 48 more gold. So what? We were at about 1250? Somewhere around there. Oh, okay, the ATM missile only hits a single enemy. Once we beat this fight, there it was. That tone just told me that I crossed the gold value that I set. Like, it's a really neat feature. So if you know that something you want costs, 2,500, you can set it to 2,500 and then it'll ding at you when you get that amount. Like, this game actually does a lot of things that I haven't seen any other RPG do since. And it dinged at me that time because I set the number to 0. Let's head back north and see if there's any improved equipment that I can get. Okay, I see why it's good to keep a barrier on Jane. Unfortunately, on the NES version, once a barrier is destroyed, it basically just takes up an inventory slot, so I need to get rid of it. No, wait, this is the tank shop. So I need to sell her old broken barrier and get her a new one. Yep, protector drags. Oh, you shouldn't sell that. Then do I just drop it? There we go. I also forgot she had a crossbow to sell. Now let's see what I can buy for my party. She has the Uzi already, and that wasn't even all that effective. She does need a new barrier seal. So let's make our way to that other town, which I forgot I can just use the dog system to teleport to, and see what equipment we can buy there. First off, tank equipment. Please step forward. Oh, that works too. I'll just come to you there. Parts for your tank, you've come to the right place. 105mm cannon. That's not actually going to help me here, though, so I'm not going to buy tank parts. Flamethrower, TNT grenade. The Wozniak 2, which I think is a reference to the Apple II. Leave my tanks here. And go to the equipment shop. A laser rifle. $1,200. Jane can have it. She can hand down her Uzi to everybody, or to one of my other characters. Into use it. Yes. Then we can sell the boomerang wrench. And I will be the character with the weakest equipment, or weapon. But she needs a much better weapon since she's out of the tank anyhow. In this unfortunate situation where I need a bunch more money, but... Oh, I should save. That would be wise. That is... the save person inside of the tank garage? Yes. Yes, I will keep playing. No, don't talk to the tank, board the tank. Now let's see how this goes. Missile frogs. How will she do with her laser rifle? 89 HP. Wow! That's actually as strong as my Mosquito's main gun currently is. That's kind of funny. Oh, highway tanks. These are always a problem. Especially because it seems like they take so little damage. probably actually need to use armor-piercing shells on them. But unfortunately, those cost. You can get special shells, but they're kind of pricey. Your normal shells are like 5 gold a pop as compared to the like 30 a pop for the armor-piercing shells. They are, however, really good at disabling enemies. How much gold do I have now? 1,089. That's probably going to drop back down to like 800, or yeah. Please step up to the counter, sir. Oh, I'm actually going to have even less money than I thought. Nope. I said about 800, and that actually turns out to be accurate. Let's go to the cheaper place to make money, though. That, and I will keep on going until I beat Mad Muscle, because even though I did set a stop time for myself, there's nothing saying I can't go a little over. No, don't use the main gun. I'm trying to save money. Come on, give me some more Inocubirds. Or not Inocubirds, the, droppers. Dropper Kiwi. There is an enemy called the Inocubird. That was not it. Oh, wow, that's a lot of enemies. I mean, you can have up to, I think it is 9 in total. And there's that unfortunate side effect of things not being able to attack an enemy once, or to shift targets once an enemy group has been defeated. Like I said, sort of an unfortunate problem about old NES games, but thankfully it was a problem that later RPGs corrected. Last sniper dog should be down in a minute. Actually, something kind of interesting is, I believe it's an indie game on Steam, currently on early access, called Metal Dogs, I think was its title. And I believe it's a little game inspired by the dogs with the guns on their backs like this in Metal Max. That's another thing that I'll have to look up, but I remember having heard of Metal Dogs a few times recently. And yes, I don't know if it came over the mic, but my my text message tone is the Metal Gear Codex sound. Just a little bit more money, and then we'll go get the upgrade or upgraded weapon. I keep on accidentally using the main gun, or setting the main gun for the dropper kiwi. That's a waste of money. Don't need to do it. I should have more than enough now. 1533, cool. Let's go use that dog system again. Go back to Rocco. Don't go to the tank equipment store. That's not where I need to be. Go to the equipment store. Buy a laser rifle for myself. Then I will sell my red peony knife. And then we will start to work on getting our characters better defensive equipment too. The heavy leather is... okay, that's a little too expensive, so we'll just do... oh, only Indy can equip the mechanic gloves. Fair enough. Let's buy some studded boots for myself. What does Indy have for boots? Work boots, okay. So he is actually using inferior boots. There we go. Sell that stuff off and let's go try that boss again. Work gloves. 5 gold. Work boots. 7 gold. Let's go fight Mad Muscle again. We also have the attack items that'll hopefully make that fight just a touch easier. Because it's kind of wild that he only took 1 damage from all of that. Damage to the buggy. Also, you can name your vehicles whatever you want. I'm just naming them what they are because that's just better for me. The only problem is you can't actually find out what they're named. Until you look at their chassis type. Let's get out of the vehicle. Go back here to the hospital. Is there anything in here? It's a computer. Oh, I knew that. But yeah, it's kind of wild. This is a post-apocalyptic tank, or yeah, Japanese-style RPG with vehicle combat. Kind of unique. Mad Muscle just goes running off. Because as strong as he is, he's a coward. Wait. Okay, that's funny. Instead of saying something like, there's nothing there, the game said, there's nobody. Oh, I'm talking, not searching. My bad! Gonna beat me to a pulp. I don't think I healed before I came in here. Oh well, that's okay. Let's hit him with a hand grenade first. And a nitro beer. And let's see what the laser gun does. Oh, 1 HP. Wow. Okay, the laser guns are definitely going to be useful here. Oh yeah, I forgot. Characters can only use items on themselves in combat, so that's a bit of a problem. Oh, yeah. 9 HP damage. Wait, when I use the laser gun, I barely do any damage. When she uses it, she hits him for 53. That's kind of funny. So it seems to me like the smart move would be for me to cover... Oh, okay, so cover just... I thought you picked who you wanted to cover. I can't remember. I guess that just means you cover your teammates. Okay, so Indy's back to health. I need to heal. So does Indy, and really so should Jane, but yeah, we'll just have everybody heal. That was not the person I wanted you to hit, but that's okay. Do not have anything else here that can attack him, so we are just going to go to other and go to cover again. You have a hand grenade and she has her laser gun. Indy's hand grenade is completely ineffective. I am almost out of healing items, so this is a problem. Oh, good. Wait, did he not have the opportunity to hide in the ambulance like he did the first time I fought him? Huh. Or is he going to fight or hide in it? Nope. Okay, that works. So the proper name that the game gives this is just van, but it's an ambulance. You know what, we'll just call it van. That is actually the name of the chassis, so... Yeah, now, when we go to status... Wrong status. It has no weapons, which is kind of funny, but it is very defensive to begin with. Don't worry, we can turn it into a combat van. Just need a little money first. Oh, by selecting all, it toggles your vehicle status. Don't think I have the money, however, to do it, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to go back to Rocco and hand in that bounty. Get reward. Mad Muscle's bounty amounts to 5,000 G. Are you going to cash it in now? Yes. World is a safer place now. I'm sure people will be talking about your deeds. That's the main thing you do here at this town. Resupply my ammo. Refill my armor tiles. And then, if we go to the mod shop, this is what I think is particularly cool. Chassis modder. I can go in here, select the cute little van, as this person calls it, click open slot, and open the main gun slot on the van. It costs more than I can afford. But yeah, once I do that, technically speaking, I can actually put like a tank cannon on top of the van. Right now, though, it's just something for someone with low HP to hide in. Oh, I should heal. This is not where I go to heal. I just realized I haven't seen any other places with the arcade cabinets. Oh yeah, this is something kind of amusing. It's a bit of a waste of money, but it's just another neat little touch that this game has. So you can choose between room types. There is no mechanical difference. The difference well, there is one mechanical difference. In the low quality room, there's the potential of a mosquito biting one of your characters and taking 1 HP. But where the difference actually is this. There's the jingle for the low room. Oh, the medium one only does that apparently too. That was a bit of a waste. But yeah, the jingle is supposed to get a little bit more elaborate as you spend more money on your room. Sometime when it's not 450 gold for the inn, then I'll show off that particular feature. There's a small bay somewhere northeast from here. Apparently, the change between high and low tide there is extreme. That is a hint of where I need to go. The tide is low, you can see a weird cave under the waves. The thing I will show off next, though... Whoop, that's not what I need to do. And yeah, Mad Muscle very much so looks like a certain Arnold. That is definitely true. Just with like a weird headset thing on. What's the in price here? Oh, okay, it's still the 10, 30, 150. Let's go into the bar here, though. And if I go talk to this guy, he gets angry that he lost again. So you can go up to this arcade machine, not talk, search it, and participate in some frog races. And what's hilarious is Dino, the person that I mentioned that introduced me to this game through his streams, eventually went on to make a script that he uses on his channel where someone can pay, I think it's 500 channel... Was it 500 channel points? I think it was. To initiate a frog race. And then people can bet channel points on a frog race. And it's kind of hilarious. Honestly, I'm aiming for affiliate so that I can try to find some fun things to do with stuff like channel points too, but not quite there yet. That, and I need to figure out on ways to improve to get and or retain more viewers. It's always neat to see little touches like that. That and the frog races are just entertaining. Ah. Yeah, I'm not sure what game would have that. Wait, I'm wanting to save. And I can save while I'm inside my vehicles. So I'm trying to remember. Is going northeast here. That mean I'm basically done with this continent? Because if so, then I'm not that far away from where I left off last. Oh yeah, she can't actually attack in hers, so she has to get out of the vehicle to fight. This is that coastline. I thought it was that coastline anyway. I seem to be missing something. Oh wait, or was it up past the hospital? Because there was a bunch more land up there to go look at too. Oh heck. Indy barely does anything to them with that Gatling gun. I mean, heck, even Jane barely does any damage to these. Okay, it's almost time for you to hide in the ambulance again. Yeah, we're just gonna do this the slow way. You are going to go other vehicle, and then you are going to defend. Okay, the explosive shells are not effective here. Good to know. This fight is taking entirely too long. It's just sort of funny because can't really get Jane out of her vehicle at the moment, otherwise she's just gonna end up getting hit from with another shell and dead. But as you can see, the van takes very little damage. There, finally. Oh, that was 500 gold. That's not so bad then. Still kind of not worth it though. The only problem is I've got to manually select defend. That particular menu does not memorize location. Like, it remembers the main menu item that I selected, I think, but it does not remember the sub menu. No, that's not what I meant to do. Thankfully, though, there's no penalty for getting in and out of the vehicle. Like, that doesn't take a turn or anything like that. Go back in here, recover real quick. Puts me at 5717. If I had the money for a main gun, then that would be perfect. Because then I could put a gun on top of that that ambulance, but it is not meant to be right now. Actually, I wonder how much it would cost to put a main gun on the buggy. Let's find out. Person really gets into their vehicle modding. 7,200. Jeez. No, there will be no main gun on that buggy. How much would it cost to open a subgun slot on the ambulance? Secondary gun. 1,400 is a little bit more manageable. We'll do that. Cute little van. That is such a weird way of putting that. 0.2 tons, too heavy. Which means I need to shed some armor tiles. Unfortunately, we just throw them on the ground because you have to have them in a pack in order to apply them to your vehicle, but, you know. Give the armor tiles to charity, I guess. That's not what I meant to pick. Secondary. That will put us at 4,000 gold. Now, though, we go in here, buy tank parts, that a secondary? Nope, that's an SE. So we can buy this 11 millimeter machine gun. We can put that on the van. It'll bring us over, by a full ton, which means I'm gonna have to chuck more armor tiles on the ground, but ultimately that's okay. Now we can go into the van's statistics. And now it has a weapon. I'd like to check something. Okay, so that has 25 more power than the Gatling gun. Only attacks a single target, though. So yeah, now the ambulance can do things too. I don't know how effective Jane will be with it, but, you know, it's better than having nothing. Well, time to see. Here we are with these things again. I got a crit on one, which means, very quick defeat. Yeah, not very effective against these. The subgun would be much more effective against soft targets. And no, actually, the game does not remember your location in the main menu either. The thing is the secondary gun has unlimited ammunition, so, you know, you can use that as much as you want. Whereas my other weapons have limited ammo. Oh yeah, I was going this way for a reason. I forgot for a moment. Oh, never mind. I can't cross there. But yeah, this is where it becomes particularly useful. Because now she can attack too, without having to be out of her vehicle. She deals significantly less damage while she's in a vehicle, but you know, she's got nearly 1,600 health right now in the vehicle. Oh! And because it's an ambulance, I didn't notice this. But she's healing 1 HP every step. That's cool! I didn't notice that! Oh, that's a cool touch! I wouldn't have imagined. Singular highway tank. Artillery. Game and its enemy design. Jeez, come on now. These things deal an awful lot of attacks. That, and because the characters don't, or the game randomly selects a target out of an enemy group, it also means that we've been spreading our damage pretty thin between these two enemies. I think that's the only thing that I don't like about this combat system, is you can't focus fire because the game just picks targets for you. Aside from that, it's honestly one of the coolest dang RPGs. Was there anything west, or yeah, southwest? I really don't want to fight all four of you. Also, yes, we have scrolling artifacts. Because of the way that I'm capturing the video, unfortunately, there's no easy way for me to get rid of that. Like, I could go into the upscaler menu and set cropping settings so that it doesn't show up, but I'd kind of need to do that with every system that I use. Because I can hit a button on this remote. Show a little bit of behind the scenes, I guess. And I can go in here and I can tweak a bunch of settings. Well, I could... Oh. Thank you, you too. Hopefully hopefully I'll see you again. I will get back to town and probably wrap up. Okay, so that's just a big old lake. Oh, one of those UFOs again. Wonder if we can kill it. Nope, it went away. There we go. Back to town. Save my game real quick. Tell it no, I am no longer going to play. With that, though, that's it for now. I've been going for about 15 minutes longer than scheduled, but it's been fun, so I have no problem with that. I will be back on Tuesday. More retro action, or action-adventure games in this case, with more Golden Axe Warrior, and then we will see how the rest of the week goes. Thank you all for joining me, and I will see you next time.